Yeah, let us know if keep letting us know how the stream's looking, everyone. But it does look like the players are sitting down for round two. We just got to get that up on screen for you, and we'll. Oh, good. It looks like it's not nearly as delayed. A repair. It's round two. Oh no. Mamma mia. All right, folks. Well, while we're sitting through this repair, if you have any questions you would like to ask in the chat, fire away. I am your knowledge book. Do I have any say in what goes on stream? Can we please have no Warrior of Light or anything? No, I don't think so. I'd be surprised if they're even like purposely cultivating or picking who's on stream. They probably just have a certain table set, like table number 8 or table whatever, and then usually it's table 3. Yeah, so it will generally be someone at the top tables. Hopefully, that doesn't mean we get a lot of a lot of repeats. But at least so far, it's looking a lot cleaner, Matt. So hopefully, it stays that way.
Yeah, hopefully it can stay that way. Sorry about the floating words, everybody. I had to reset it up because when you change the resolution size, it puts everything in the same spot, which was below the screen where I can even click. Okay, so once we get through this repair, I will have player names up and everything like that. But for now, I'm just going to switch it back to the BRB because we're going to have just arms sitting there for a while.
I like that comment. Too many Warrior of Light decks. All right. So still showing the BRB on the YouTube side, but I know you're doing the names, Matt. When you get a chance, can you flip the All right, folks, we are getting ready to start round 2. Looks like we're going to have Will Coghill versus Matthew Rice on stream for you. Once we get the visuals up, Will should be on the left and Matt will be on the rice. Matt will be on the rice. Matt will be on the right. That rice fella, he's on the rice today. Looks like the delay isn't... Yeah, the delay looks a lot better. Sweet. All right, players are shuffling up. Round 2 will be starting here just momentarily. Matt, if you can hear me, it's still showing just the BRBs. Okay, yeah, you got it. That's right, Liz. Matt Wright will be on the rice. You know, you could say he's a guy who's generally on the rice side of things. I don't know how I haven't come up with these puns earlier. Matt, if you can hear me, they still don't have a visual. Thank you for the deckless. There we go. Gonna take a quick look here. Sharp, Porum, Laswell, Miwa. So it looks like Matt Rice is on like, ooh, a Griever, maybe Neo X Deathless. That's interesting. And Will is on, I think he might be on the Mono Earth list again. All right. Looks like they can see it good on YouTube. Matt, if you can like get back to the original kind of full screen you had on OBS for me, just so it's a little easier for me to see it. Oh yeah, that's not. Yeah, there you go. Perfect. Thanks, buddy. No, I know you were super busy. Sorry, I wasn't trying to like bother you about it. All right, looks like we are getting ready to start. Players both put the 2 sign. I don't know if they're saying peace or. All right, looks like I'm assuming Will won the die roll as he's going first. Or perhaps with Matt's deck, he just opted to let him go first. And do continue to let us know all as the hopefully the stream will run a lot smoother now. But yeah, if you see any drop frames, any of that stuff, let us know, and hopefully you can hear me all right. We pitch a Billy Bob, and I can't quite tell what that card is under it, but I do know we are putting down Mr. Kolka. I'm going to go search out an Earth forward of our choosing. So I'm assuming this is a similar version of the Mono Earth list he took in Kansas City, if not the exact same version. Searches out, oh, is this Ice Earth? Well, no, it's got to be multi-element because the Billy Bob's lightning. But he does search out an Ice Earth Prish. Oh, that's right. I think he can do multiple elements in this list due to the Leo. Ucheling the Impure for a turn 1 Porum. This looks very familiar from the Winter Cup this year. We got a Palom as well. No, there's Ice. And Charlotte. Interesting. Okay, so we just say Porum Charlotte. Go ahead. I'm going to protect my Charlotte, and anything you put out that if it has a relevant effect, Porum will just say, what if I say no? Yeah, Riku lets him play multi-elements too. Pitch an Amaterasu for Bosch, going to attempt to take a point of damage. And we do. It is a Genova Synthesis. Could blank Bosch on the stack. There's not really a point as the ability is already on the stack. It would be relevant if Bosch gets to damage 3 or 5. And we will search out Claris. Are we going to jam down that Claris and search out a king? That's what Will's considering right now before he takes the time to shuffle this up. Nope. Looks like he might not because he's shuffling now. Passes to Matt. I would assume Will's deck wants to get to 5 backups, wants to get set up, so a little slow that he's got to now wait another turn for the second backup, but Bosch at least found it for him. I saw he had an Ingus, and I always mix up Ignis and Ingus. I believe that one is Ingus. Let's see, is Matt going to play any of it backups of his own, or is he just going to keep putting on the old forward pressure? Now, granted, he can't swing into this Bosch. He could just pass, let Porum level up a little more. Yeah, looks like that's what he's doing. Matt, don't forget your Porum counter. There you go. He must have psychically heard me. So on Will's side, presumably Claris is going to come down, get us either a king backup or maybe even the Leo forward. We'll potentially mathing out a large turn here. So we pitch, looks like the Prish, and I think that was Leo. I see a 1 in the corner. That kind of looks like the bit of Leo art. So Claris, probably not going to search Leo if we had one in hand, unless we really just didn't want to give up whatever else we had. I'm assuming we have to have a king backup, right? You could do Regis. You could do Edgar for fire. Epitaph, yep. Are we going to play Epitaph? So Epitaph will let us search out a Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles forward. Looks like we're going to. We pitch the Sonin, play Epitaph. I know, obviously, Leo is a target we could get. I'm not sure all the Crystal Chronicle forwards you can get. Yep, it is Leo. So this Leo costs 1. It gains 1,000 power for every character you control, and it allows your backups to produce CP of any element. So even though we are technically on Mono Earth, we get access to all those juicy multi-element cards. Still can't swing in with the Porum or the Charlotte here. Sorry, I'm just pulling up the Leo card. Just make sure I'm reading that correctly. Yep. Matt will put out... Ooh, he actually gets rid of a Ceremobius. I'd be curious to see that card come down. Hey, there's my favorite card. Mr. Laswell. Going ahead and Dull Freeze Bosch, which means if the Charlotte gets in, we're also going to rip a card out of Will's hand. Send in Porum first. Hits Ingus. That's a bonus burst. So we're going to go ahead and search out any Earth forward of our choosing. This will help offset the card draw. So if we like what we have in hand, we could just get a card we're willing to throw away for the last will at the end. Or we can get something very useful. Yeah, Shadow Lord's pretty decent. I wonder, not that it mattered because he didn't hit a removal burst, but I wonder if it's actually better to swing with the Charlotte first. That way if he does hit a removal burst, it has to target the forward that already attacked. And here comes Charlotte. Trigger. And it's a Riku. So we are on damage 3 for Will. Matt's going to go to end phase. Porum is fully powered up and leveled up with all the experience she can muster. And now Laswell will demand a sacrifice from our opponent's hand in the form of a card. For when a Job Knight attacks this turn, Laswell says, hey, I would like 1 discard, please. Pretty decent board to Shantoto here. Yep, we'll go ahead and get rid of a Titan Summon, as we are on 3 backups, so we can curve out into the Shantoto pretty nicely. Not quite enough for the Genova Synthesis, as it'll do 4k to the board without the full amount of backups. I think we need 5 to hit 8k, if I'm not mistaken. Do we have Toto? Yep, we've got Toto. Oh, Toto says, let's go ahead and clean that up. Porum did a lot of studying, but it did not matter. But we did get at least a single card, and the Toto is used. So, granted, I know there's more sweepers in Will's deck, but Matt can probably feel a little safer to commit more. Here we're going to play out the Mute. Search. Probably Sid Randall. I don't know how good a remedy here is at this point. Especially the Searcher remedy, yeah. The Opus 13 partner for Sid Randall. That one does punish your opponent for searching, makes them discard a card, but Will has already done most of his searching at this point. And currently we are looking at 4 backups to 1. So I have to say I'm not feeling great about Matt's his start here. Especially because this Earth deck just has so much power it can pull out of these backups. So if we can keep generating pressure. And like the Sid Randall's not bad, but we also know he has the Genova Synthesis in hand. So, you know, if you just commit it to the board, Will can just develop 1 more backup and then... Well, no, I guess Genova Synthesis doesn't matter because it won't trigger, right? Because of the Randall. And the Toto's already gone. Maybe you could. You do kind of have to worry about the Titan. Maybe the Randall would be worth it. I don't know. We have Tyro in Will's hand. He can go ahead and commit that down. Yeah, I'm assuming... What did he play? I'm assuming Porum Charlotte is not his ideal opening. Like, Porum's nice, but against a deck like this that wants to take its time setting up backups too, the blank just doesn't matter so much. Would have been really good against something like a Turbo Ice. There's Leo and Warrior of Light. Oh boy, we even pitched the Tyro for it. So Warrior of Light's completely free. We have the next Toto in hand. We could drop down that Ingus. I'm guessing Matt's list doesn't have a ton of board wipes. Going for a point of damage, I'm not sure. Too far off screen for me to tell what that was. But I'm assuming it wasn't a burst because we had no reaction. Gonna slap down Mr. Ingus. Yes, we will. Only cost 2 CP. His cost is reduced by each Earth backup you control. And search whatever we want. Could search Spare Warrior of Light. Another Leo if there's another copy. Riku's a good one. Good old Billy Bob. Let's get back a card from our break zone. Yeah, this is currently, 4 backups and 3 forwards. So 7 characters goes ahead and gets the Riku. 7 characters to 1 currently. That's not looking good for Mr. Rice. He does have him on 3 damage, but that's probably not going to amount to much when you have no board. And let me just pull up this Riku. Riku, the Earth backups you can control produce CP of any element. And if you cast a multi-element forward, you choose an Earth forward other than Riku in your break zone, add it to your hand. Triggers once per turn. And we'll see if Matt can do anything to answer this. This is the one thing about Ice, man. I like that element, but it really struggles to deal with big boards like this. Granted, he has water in there as well, so maybe if he had something like a Leviathan. Big Leviathan Lord of the Whirl. What is the choice? Sarah Mobius, okay. Potentially powerful if we can get to its effect being online. And what's follow-up? Going for Rosa, maybe? Charlotte, okay. So Charlotte will at least protect it a little bit. Granted, I mean, Charlotte just dies immediately, though, right? To Warrior of Light? Like, you almost have to jam out the Rosa just so you can give it the 1,000 power so it doesn't die. Limit breaking Leo to draw. Ooh, man. Ooh, boy. Yeah, that does not feel good. I mean, this Charlotte is going to die before the turn even ends because Warrior Light's just going to turn sideways and take her out. He does draw Leo. Oh, yeah, I was like, Will, hold on, don't pass it. Yeah, so there goes Charlotte. I don't know. Did we need to, like, because the Warrior of Light on its own couldn't take out the Sarah Mobius. So, yeah, I don't know if there was actually a benefit to putting out that Charlotte. Will still need another form of damage to get rid of this. If he even cares about it. I mean, Sarah Mobius like Rosa is great if you can get it online, but I don't know. I'd love to see Matt pull his way out of this, but I just don't know how you do that against this kind of board state. Because we can go to combat, we can attack with Warrior of Light, ping the Leo on the stack if we want. The Sarah Mobius can't block, so it's guaranteed damage. And especially knowing you're probably going to damage 3 or higher, you could have maybe saved the Charlotte, and then she could actually survive a Wool Ping. Pitching 2 for Riku. I'm assuming we have a multi-element forward. We're going to cast off of this to get advantage of it. The only question is which one. Is it Billy Bob? Is it the great Billy Bob? Pitching 5. Oh, we're doing a limit break card. Yeah, those count. Oh, we're just going in on the Titus. Oh, my goodness. And because our backups can tap for any CP, yeah, we have enough to pay that kicker. Oh, no. This is bad. So, Titus is going to let us draw 3 cards, and Matt just scoops a... Dude, he doesn't even play it out. He just gives him the fist bump, says, yep, that's the old GG. Oh, my goodness. So, for those who don't know, Titus, he costs 5, and then you can pay a kicker cost of an additional 3 water, as long as you control 8 combined forwards and or backups. He would have then put... I think he takes a forward and he puts it on the bottom of the deck. that likely would have been the Ceremobius. He takes a backup, puts it on the top of the deck, which would have been the Mute, and then he also gets to draw. Is it 3 cards or is it 2 cards? I think he draws 2 cards. Might be 3, but he draws either 2 or 3 cards. So Matt would have had a Mute on top of the deck, so he would have gotten a burst, but nothing in hand. Essentially an empty field. Yeah, Leo would have died to the Warrior Light Ping like that. Yeah. Woo, that was rough. That did not go well for him. Congrats to Will. He very much cleaned that up. That Toto was very timely. Toto, pretty good card, turns out. Yeah, Teed is just coming in to close the deal and say, yeah, well, not that there was probably much chance anyway, but just to be sure, be gone from my sight. Rough game for Mr. Rice. But congrats again to Will for taking it in round 2 of the Florida Materia Cup. All right, folks. Looks like round 3 is getting ready to go. I have a deck list submitted. Looks like we've got the Purple Baron Andy Carmona taking on Steven Galatro. Hopefully I said that correctly. Looks like Steven, well, his deck is called Mono Fire. I see a Tyvis, a Demon, Montleonis. So yeah, I'm assuming he's going to be on Mono Fire. And looks like Andy is on Don't, what does that say? Don't Better Looking, Even I'm Doing It? I'm not 100% sure what that title is. I see Odins, I see Ixions, Kusiths, Leviathans, Titans. Seymour, is this Earth Lightning controlled? No, I see Tros too. Or is that it's hard to tell. Sorry, it's kind of a small image, so maybe he's on Lightning Water, Lightning Earth, maybe with the Kusith. Matt, if you're there, do we have a visual yet? It's a Siren deck. Oh boy. I shall. Oh, it is a Siren deck. Okay, I see the Siren on there now. So this is a multitude of colors because I see Amaterasu, I see Odin. Interesting. Very interesting. All right, all right. Okay, Siren. Yeah, it looks like Siren, maybe Seymour, and Rugged. I think there's only 3 forwards in this deck, which is, I'm assuming that's the Seymour that can deal you direct point of damage. Siren and Sky Serpent Rugged. This will be interesting. Matt, if you can hear me, thank you for the deck list. Just checking on that visual. Want to make sure we're not missing any of the action. I can hear them chit-chatting in the background, so hopefully it means round 3 is getting ready to start. Sounds like they're making a few shop announcements. Yeah, here we go. I think it's, yeah, I've got him. I think Steven, it's either Steven C or Steven G on the other side. Um, all right, looks like we are getting ready to roll, folks. Got a lovely VV mat there on the right side. And that nice Shiva Isail mat from 14 on the left side. You can see Nidhogg in the background there as well. Oh, and Estinian's up there in the left corner. Didn't see him before. So turn 1 Siren. Yeah, Sergio was correct in the chat that this is a Siren deck. Steven immediately grabs that and says, oh, what does this card do? So Siren says anytime any one of your forwards is targeted by a summoner ability, you may put the top card of your deck into the break zone. If the card put into the deck of the break zone is not a forward, cancel its effects. And looking at his deck list, he doesn't have a whole lot of forward, so it's very possible this will be canceling a lot of effects. At damage 3, it also gets a damage reduction by 1,000. Selfie's going to go ahead and grab back a fire forward from the break zone. Well, it sounds like somebody's a testing partner. And we'll pass for a quick point of damage. Delta Goblin. And Andy just takes 2 cards in his hand and passes back. Essentially saying, well, you're not getting rid of this forward. He certainly will have trouble removing it by targeting, but he can certainly put a bigger body in front of it to simply block. We do have a Mont Blanc in hand we could play down. Very likely it's going to whiff on the fizzle, but hey, it still gets us a backup down. Do not have quite enough cards for ace yet. And there we put down, is that Mitsuki or no? I think that's Mio, and she searches out an Agido Cadet, Job Agido Cadet. I think it's character. It might specifically be backup. Usually people use it for the backups. We go ahead and get Mitsuki. We slap it down. Yeah, this Siren can be Amaterasu, though. So if anything is targeted with anything, the Siren, similar to the Wind Cecil tax, it'll attempt to go on the stack, and you could just Amaterasu cancel it, and then it's toast. So we do definitely want to value that card versus this Siren, and looks like Mitsuki is coming down. We're going to pitch Amaterasu for it, though. I don't know about getting rid of the old Slamaterasu. Hits a Leftia into damage. And he is just going to very slowly poke, poke, poke. Pitch Kusith for Shinju. Probably not a full soiree deck, just running the backups. This is quite the concoction. I'm curious to see how this is. Looks like we have more backups on Steven's side. We could absolutely just ramp out to 5. Make sure that good old Montleonis is nice and ready whenever we decide to call on him. Here's the demon. All right, so presumably he's just going to declare whatever Siren's job is. You could even declare element at this point, but job does 1k more, so no reason not to. And yeah, Siren isn't going to protect against this. It is not targeting, so. And goodbye, Siren. I hope Andy's deck doesn't crumble off of that, but we shall see. Holy moly. Well, Andy says, oh, you can pay 7 for a character? I'll pay 7 for a character. We're just going to go ahead and Shantoto this demon by pitching a bunch of summons, and it looks like an Elvis backup. I mean, not ideal, I would think. I don't know if Totoing a demon is quite what we want to be doing, but if we do need to protect our break zone, I guess it prevents the demon from eating that away. And there is Mr. Tyvis. He's going to search us out a job warrior and then let us play a warrior of 3 or less for free. Furion, yeah, you bet Furion's coming right down to the field. And since we now have 5 characters, Furion is going to get haste and he's going to draw a card on attack. So things already looking quite good for Steven. The Toto's already gone too, so it doesn't have to worry about a big board wipe. Oh, but there's a bonus burst. That says Siren ain't gone for long, sir. We'll get that back and bounce. Are we not going to bounce anything? Really? You don't want to bounce Tyvis? I mean, I guess you don't want him to search out another warrior, but I don't know. I mean, it still makes him repay it. or even the Fury. I mean, the Fury you can just play for free, but yeah, I don't know. I feel like I still would have bounced the Tyvus. Like, yes, I know it means he can search out another warrior, but make him pay for that again. But either way, we got back Siren. Man, my screen is really fuzzy. I don't know if it's fuzzy for you guys. Hopefully you can still see and hear everything okay on your end, all right? Andy's doing something. Oh my gosh, it's so fuzzy. Did he play an Elvis backup? He played a backup and targeted Furion. Like I said, I'm having like a really fuzzy visual all of a sudden. Okay, hold on, maybe that cleared it up. There we go. Now I can see. Okay, yeah, it was Elvis. Targets Furion for 6,000 damage. However, we use Furion's effect. We discard a fire card to give him 2,000 power and first strike, so he will survive it. Hey, there's a little goblin. Oh, careful, don't destroy your break zone. we were very... We're gonna, yep, now we're just gonna Goblin Chain off. So this Goblin costs 1 CP. When it enters the field, you may search for a card named Goblin, add it to your hand. So you essentially just make this search chain where you Goblin into Goblin, and presumably we'll go get the third Goblin, or even one of the hasty Goblins, and just slap them all down. These Goblins then can also be dulled and sacrificed to shoot a forward for 3,000 damage. Quite insane value for a 1 CP card. Oh, we actually run the backup Princess Goblin. Nice. This is a 2 CP fire backup. When it enters the field, you can search for a light forward and add it to your hand. A lot of times in these decks, these players won't even play a light card. They just do it because it's a searchable backup off of the monsters. Here comes Furion. We're going to draw another card. Hit a bonus burst. Maybe that's why he didn't bounce the old the Tyvus last turn, because Odin says, no, don't worry. I'm just going to come in on the next turn and Zantetsuken this thing away. In a way, you'd almost want to hit Furion just to stop the card draw, but Tyvus is also free play for warriors, so nice. I'm assuming there's a lot of bursts in this deck for Andy. Are we going to see that Siren replayed? The only problem is it's not really good against the Furion, as the Furion can just get bigger than it. We know he doesn't run a ton of forwards, though. So I'm assuming he has a lot of monsters. Spending 3. Yep, there's the Siren. Siren is coming back out. Spending 5. Oh, okay. Interesting, we pitched 2 from hand. Why didn't we just tap our backups? We have to have something we're saving, right? There's no way you don't tap your backups there if you have no follow-up. Interesting. Even so, like, if you're saving a Mist Dragon, you could always just do that by pitching cards from hand. Okay, I'm curious to see where Andy's going with this. So a Sky Serpent General Ruggedine is going to go to combat, but it looks like Steven's potentially deciding, I don't know if I want that to go. We could pop off 2 of those goblins. I do see a 1-cost Ifrit in hand. We could also fire that off. And we have enough characters to make that work. 1 CP, 10k shot, or 2 5k shots split up. Feels pretty good. Granted, we do have the Siren protection. So without Amaterasu, which we may or may not have, I can't tell. Okay, I think we do have a Mott. So we're casting the Ifrit. No. He like showed it. He was like, hey, I just want you to know I have this Ifrit card. Okay, let me read this again. So we have a couple options here. If we have Amaterasu in hand, we can use one of the Goblin Pings. It will trigger the Siren effect. You can target Ruggedine and then Amaterasu the Siren. So it'll just die to that anyway. And then you could use the Ifrit or the other Goblin to finish off Ruggedine. You could also just cast the Ifrit and hope it works. Although I have a feeling the Siren was kind of designed to make it not work. Looks like we're having a judge call. He might be asking about what the timing window is. So the milled card doesn't happen until resolution. I don't know if that's what he's asking about, but so when 1 or more forwards of yours is chosen by a summoner ability, you may put the top card of your deck into the break zone. If you do so, cancel the effects. He may also be asking, can I Amaterasu this? So yes, you can Amaterasu that effect. And yes, the mill card doesn't happen until resolution. So you have to let it resolve before you even see if it'll cancel or not. You can't respond after the cancel if that's what he's trying to figure out. Someone in the chat says perhaps he's asking to see if Ifrit would target Siren twice. That's a good question. Is it count as two? It is. It does say choose a forward twice on Ifrit, but it is coming from one summon. Summons with like modal effects like that always are always a little weird for me. I can never remember quite how those work. Yeah, because Ifrit says select one of the following two actions. If you control 5 or more fire characters, select 2 of the following 2 actions. Choose a forward, deal at 5,000. Choose a forward, deal at 5,000. Michael Burns says in chat, it would not. That is kind of my instinct as well. Mike's usually pretty good with the rules. And yeah, I think like when it comes from a summon like that, even though it's still technically considered one, I don't know how you would phrase it, one instance of the ability to summon. Apparently there is a ruling on it targeting Neo X Death, so... Okay, so here comes the Ifrit. We will try to target Rugagine. Siren says, cancel that. Do we Amaterasu the Siren? Ooh, so technically we already flipped the card. So we shouldn't have flipped the card. Ooh, that might be. So technically what should have happened is he targeted it. There should have been a window there where it says, hey, yeah, I think Andy might have flipped it a bit too quickly because it looks like he targeted it and he just flipped it right away. So how it should happen is you target with the Ifrit, Siren's ability goes on the stack and says, hey, I can mill a card to potentially prevent this. In response, Steven can Amaterasu to cancel that effect. So the card should not have been milled because if the card is milled, technically the ability has now resolved. And there's a bonus burst from Ward. 7,000 to Rugagine, and we'll use a Goblin to finish. I don't think we need to, right? Because didn't the Ifrit go through? Because if we Amaterasu the Siren, the Ifrit went through. But we are using the Goblins on the Rugagine. Yeah, they're trying to figure that out because like he shouldn't even need the. So I thought what happened was Steven used the Ifrit to target the Rugagine for 5k. Siren tried to cancel that, but he modded the Siren, so then the Ifrit still should have gone through, and even if it was only 5k, the Ward would have finished it off for 7? I don't think we needed to... I mean, someone... If you saw something different in the chat, you can let me know, but as far as I can tell, the Rugagine like should have been dead before it even attacked. If the Ifrit went through and we had enough characters on the board. Okay. Anyway, there's another bonus burst on Tyro. Anthony is 3 for 3. He likes that batting average. We will go ahead and get another Rugagine. Not going to go get Siren again. Yeah, that was definitely a messy line. It was. I think Andy went too fast on the reveal. So because you need a chance to Amaterasu, and it looked like the moment he targeted, he just went flip. But I can't hear the table talk. Maybe Steven had said like, yep, that's good, and then tried to Ahmad it afterwards. So, all right, got to move past it. I'll try to just keep going forward. Okay, so back on Andy's turn. We know we have Rugagine in hand. This one will probably be safe unless we run into another EX burst. The EX burst Fiesta. Did anyone see what he searched off the Tyvis? Sorry, I was getting caught up trying to like go through the rules process of that turn. We do have Thornton in hand, so Andy could search out anything he wants to. I can't tell. So he has a Thornton, a Rugagine. Is he going to go in on Siren again? Now, all right, everyone, take a breath. We're slowing down. Deep breaths. Breathe in, breathe out. We'll reset. That last turn was messy, but that's okay. We're going to move forward from it. Oh, he searched out Red 13. Thank you, chat. Yeah, Red 13 is a warrior, and Tyvis does not specify forward, so he can play warrior backups. That red 13, you can essentially pay, I think it's like a fire and a colorless to deal something 7,000, and you can also discard a card to deal something another 7,000. Of course, Andy had nothing on the board, so Steven didn't bother to do that. We do pitch Thornton. There's Siren. Are we going to do Siren Ruggagine again? No, we're just going to pass. Okay. I mean, the Siren is on damage 3, so it will take 1,000 less damage, but I would assume this Furion can just keep essentially fighting its way through it. Oh man, it looks like we may have another Amaterasu in hand, which means that Siren is not long for this world if this is the case. We could just play this Mont Blanc to try to blast it out of the sky. We have Amaterasu, so you could even Amat it. Here comes Mont Blanc. Yep, we're going to attempt to shoot this Siren for, I believe it's 8,000. And yeah, he says, I'm just going to Amat the trigger before you even reveal. Do we have Mist Dragon? Oh, Andy might have Mist Dragon. Yeah, we do, says cancel that actually. So now the Siren still needs to reveal, right? Yeah. So we need to flip a non-forward. So we targeted with the Mont Blanc for 8,000. Siren attempted to trigger, saying, hey, I'm going to mill a card to protect myself. We responded with Amaterasu to cancel that. We responded with Mist Dragon to cancel that Amaterasu. So currently, we are still trying to resolve the Mont Blanc shooting the Siren. And it looks like he milled the Leviathan. His deck's a little off screen, so I couldn't quite tell the milling action, but I don't think that Leviathan was on top of the break zone. All right, so now we're going to go to combat. Siren is alive. 4 for 4? No, no burst this time. Another Mist Dragon, which could have potentially protected us. Doesn't attack with Furion. Interesting. He must not be willing to give up that card in hand. Granted, he would draw off the Furion. Very interesting. Okay, yeah, I guess he's afraid the Furion's going to die, so opts not to draw off of it. So we still should have Ruggagine in hand, so we could push for 2 damage here. Furion could discard a single card. Presumably it's fire. I doubt there's much other, unless it's another copy of Furion, or maybe like a Yazuki. If it was both, that could be trouble, because if it's both fire and water, he'll get 2,000 plus 2,000. He'll activate and he'll get first strike. If it's just fire, he'll just get a single, he'll get a first strike and 2,000 power. And it would be 7 versus 7, but Siren will take 1,000 less, so Siren would only take 6. So that would be a favorable trade for Siren. And again, if we have Ruggagine, we can just buff the Siren up anyway. I do like the Ruggagine too, just because it's brave. So we can, I mean, Furion can't just like power his way through that. Yeah, limit breaks. We haven't seen any limit breaks yet. So surely if we have a Cloud, if we're running Thunder, granted, we have Toto too, right? So we have any color we could want. Yeah, you could just, no amount of discarding is going to save that Furion if Cloud comes down to break it. Is that what we're going for? We're pitching an Amber. No, okay, we're just going in on the Ruggagine. With 1 left in hand, we have a single Goblin on Steven's side, so he can activate it, but it's not going to do much. So presumably, Ruggagine's going to attack, is going to give 1,000 first strike Brave to Siren, and that goes 3 times, so it'll be 3,000. Hit another ward. It is a bonus burst. I said that very strangely, but it cannot kill anything. Looks like we're just going to pass. Yep. Yeah, because that Siren would have been, what, a 10k first strike haste Brave? So it would have taken 7 from ward, would have fallen off to 6. Correct. When you Amat the Siren, you do not reveal the top card. The reveal and the mill into the break zone occurs at resolution. So if you are doing that, then that means the ability has already resolved. We are on 5 backups from Mono Fire, someone pointed out in the chat too. So Montleonis, we've got an ace, and yeah, I mean, Montleonis just kind of puts a lot of pressure on, right? Okay, so there's a Goblin. Oh boy. Steven nearly flipped that card off of into oblivion. So we do have ace, which we can haste the ace. Although Siren can protect us, can we get another Amat somehow? If we could like Montleonis into a Terra to get an Amaterasu in hand, granted, I don't know if we'd have enough to pay all that. So ace on entry, you must exile 5 fire cards from your break zone, remove them from the game. If not, Ace essentially dies immediately. I'm assuming we're going to try to give this Ace haste. Ace is the haste somewhere hardware store. All right, so Goblin says, give Ace haste, break myself in the break zone, draw a card. Going to attempt to shoot Ruggagine for 10,000. Siren is going to attempt to protect it. No Amaterasu this time, and it's an Odin EX burst. That would have been kind of neat to hit into damage, but we are protected. So now Ruggagine can just step in front of this Ace. He's got first strike. No, Andy takes the damage because he knows it's a bonus burst with a Kryl, gets back the Mist Dragon. The burst paid off for him, but is there a reason you don't just step Ruggagine in front of that? He's got first strike. Here comes Tyvis. Again, Ruggagine has first strike. Are we going to 6 damage? Yeah, we are. No burst that time. Wow. He's afraid of something. A Belias, maybe? I guess Belias is the one thing he's kind of concerned about. Okay, but here comes Fury, and now you have to block. And now he's going to draw, so he potentially has even more cards in hand. You got to block now. I mean, he does have the selfie bump. I guess that's what he was worried about, is the 3,000 plus from selfie, but maybe he was just hoping burst would get him out of this. Are we going to Mist Dragon? Oh, Titan Unbreakable. Holy moly. There we go. Okay, so what happened is Steven bumped with the selfie. You break the selfie, you can give a forward plus 3,000 power, which is what Andy was presumably worried about earlier. Now he blocks with the Ruggagine, but he used Titan on it. Titan says it can't be broken this turn, so no matter how much damage it receives from Tyvis or any other source, it cannot be broken. So essentially this will be a straight trade. Tyvis is a 12,000 power forward. It will hit Ruggagine for 12,000, but Ruggagine will hit back for 9,000, so neither of them die. They essentially clash in the middle of the field, and that's it. All right, Andy has a chance to punch back. It's Matt. Oh my goodness, we've hit our limit. Boo! It's Matt. That means we're giving 1,000 in Brave to the entire team, which means Ruggagine's going to give Matt haste as well. Holy moly. I mean, if we have a water card, we can activate Furion. Here it goes. I don't think that's a burst. Hit. Is that GG? Oh my goodness, that's GG. And very quickly, Andy goes to 6. But with 4 EX bursts backing him up and some Siren protection, which once the Amaterasu was gone, the Siren did pretty much just say, hey, I'm going to cancel anything that you throw at me. Titan keeping the Ruggagine alive, which was absolutely huge, as it allowed Matt to come down for haste the next turn. Andy pulling it out there in the end. I mean, he never really felt like he was in control, at least not to me. But he clearly showed, it doesn't matter, just that ability to push out of nowhere with Ruggagine. What a neat deck. Wow. Yeah, apparently Matt is much stronger than Amaterasu. Definitely some, like I said, funny plays. If Steven had done that one turn, if he had not blown like the goblins on that turn, then maybe that could have mattered for this. Because think of that last turn, he could have goblined the Ruggagine, or I mean, granted the Siren is still going to protect it, so maybe they wouldn't have been relevant. But I don't know. It just would have been more resources for him. I mean, that's the idea of a deck like this, right? Someone in the chat mentioned forwards in the limit break. Yeah, you can get away with running less forwards when you know you always have access to them in your limit break, and that's not conditional upon you drawing them. They're just there. And yes, EX bursts are very, very helpful. Got a lot of early free removal for that. So Andy is going to take that one. As moving on in the tournament, that is round 3. I'm not sure if there's a lunch break today. I heard from someone that there wasn't. If Matt or someone else can confirm with that for me at some point, I'd be happy to hear it. Sorry, getting distracted by something on the tech side really quick. Yeah, that was neat. That was a cool deck to see. You know, when I saw that Siren when it got revealed in the set review, it sounded like it had so much potential, but boring Travis is like, well, I'm trying to think of it in like a normal deck. You know, you're running your 16 backups and your 23 forwards and whatever your ratios are. How often is it going to hit? Well, it turns out when you only play 3 forwards in the deck and everything else is summons and monsters, that can hit pretty darn good. And fire should counter that, right? With a card like Amaterasu that just says cancel it. But yeah, Andy, I mean, and then again, some of those bursts definitely helped him. The Leviathan let him pull it right back from the break zone and try it again. So that was interesting. That was a fun match to watch. I like that. And yeah, that's a good point too, thinking back to that kind of messy turn, that if that rug had died, like I think it should have, I'm still not really sure how it survived to go to attack phase. That would have been 1 less damage, which means that would not have been lethal there. Granted, you'd still have a Rugagine, a Matt, a Siren all standing brave, ready to fight. And so Steven would have had to, but then maybe you're ready for your big Mount Leonis turn and you just overwhelm him with so many forwards and damage that nothing else matters. So yeah, that, when you're playing these tournaments, like the pressure is on, especially when you're on stream. But remember those lines. Take your time. Go through those steps. Don't rush through it. Be very clear. Hey, this is now triggering. Give your opponent that chance to respond. Don't just be like, all right, blah blah blah. Then the effect goes. It's like, whoa, 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 hold on. Got to make sure you're doing it properly. And as for me, I will be right back. I'm going to go get some water and take a short bathroom break. But don't go away. I don't remember hearing about a lunch break today. Someone had said that in one of the Discords, so I think we might just be going right on through the rounds. Don't go anywhere. I'll be right back. Oh, and I will say too, right before I go, yeah, on the whole Siren, again, I couldn't hear the table, so I don't know 100% what they were saying. I'm just trying to interpret the best I can watching it from the stream perspective, but who knows? I'll comment on some of the stream chat as I went and watched it back myself. Yeah, so what happened was he, and again, granted, I can't hear what's going on at the table, so this is just a bit speculation for me. But essentially, from what I could gather and what I could watch, he targets there's Ruggagene and Siren on Andy's board. He targets Ruggagene with Ifrit. He pointed at the Ruggagene. He even like gestured with it towards it with the Ifrit. So I'm very, very positive he targeted Ruggagene and not Siren. Then Andy went to cancel it and did it incredibly quickly. So it looked like he said target. Andy just like flipped the card. So it looked like Andy did not give Steven a chance to respond to the Siren trigger. He just resolved it. So then he obviously wanted, what Steven wanted to do was Amaterasu the Siren. So if he Amaterasu's the Siren successfully, the Siren doesn't mill a card. It dies from the 8,000 damage to Amaterasu. Now that the ability is not being canceled, the Ifrit goes through, and the Ifrit should have dealt 5,000 and 5,000 to Ruggagene. So it should have shot it for 10,000. It should have been dead right there. And I'm not sure if they're saying in chat, someone said the judge reversed it, but if the judge reversed it, why did the Siren die? Because if the Siren canceled the effect successfully, which it would have for not the Amaterasu, then the Siren should have still been around. So that's what it looked like from everything I could tell. Again, I didn't hear any table talk. I can't hear what the judge said, so maybe there's some information I'm not privy to. And from what I understand, and someone can look this up in the rules to be corrected for sure, but yeah. Oh, so they're saying in the chat that the judge rules that it triggers twice, even though I don't think that is correct. I was informed by Michael earlier, and he's very good with the rules, that there was a Twitter ruling from Square Enix Hobby Japan that Ifrit does not work that way with Neo X Def. If you use the one cost Ifrit, which technically says choose a forward, they said that it does not trigger Neo X Def twice. It doesn't count as two targetings of it. Unless Siren works differently, I would think that it's only one trigger of it. It shouldn't trigger two times. So, but I guess if the judge ruled differently, then you know, you obviously you're going by what the judge there says. So if that's how he ruled it, I guess that's how they did it. So if the judge ruled it triggers twice, I guess he then canceled one. But see, even then, even if so, he canceled one of them, which doesn't really make sense because it's all one effect on the card, whatever. So if he cancels one 5k and he still took the other 5k because the second trigger got Amaterasu, the ward burst still should have finished off Ruggagene, and he should not have had to burn the goblin. So the whole situation is just very messy. Matt, do you know how many rounds we have today?
All right, everybody, we are seating everybody for round 4, and we should be getting started here soon.
Matt, do you know how many rounds we have today?
We have 7 rounds today, so we're in 4 out of 7. We are not taking a break. We're just breaking on through them.
All right, folks, you heard it here first. 7 rounds of Swiss, no lunch break. We're just trucking and trucking and trucking.
Trucking and trucking. Yeah, we started a little late, so we were like, "Hey guys, sorry, we gotta skip lunch break to get through this."
Yeah, understandably. All right, so it looks like we've got Abraham, who I see Furion, Ferris, Minwoo. Is this another? This looks like this could be another mono fire list, probably with warriors going against. I can't quite read that name. I see a Vanille, an Irvine, maybe Lightning Earth is what I'm gonna guess. Here goes that die roll. Player on the left rolls a 9. Player on the right rolls a 5. So looks like our left side player will be going first. That's right. So those players are going to need to order some Jimmy Johns or just tough it out and get to the end. Although, I mean, this is round 4, so there's only 3 rounds after this. Wayne and Steven. Here we go. Thank you, Matt. Thanks to Haven Games, of course, for hosting and doing all this excellent work so that we can bring this excellent tournament to you. Wayne and Abraham looks like we have actually. Is that the Wayne H, the guy who runs and makes Octagon for FF anyway? Shoot, if it weren't for his efforts on Octagon, this would be a lot harder game to practice for. Pitches an Irvine, turn 1, puts down a Seymour backup. Seymour will allow us to go search out a summon and go ahead and place it right on top of our deck. We'll go ahead and place that Kusith in case our opponent's got any funny ideas about running into us for a point of damage early. Kusith is on top, and we're going to pass. Yep. Like I said, I think Abraham's on mono fire. Pitching 2 for a Samurai. A little off curve, but we do get a crystal. We do get to draw a card. Go ahead and get rid of Alfino and Furion and pass the turn there. So I play a backup, you play a backup. Nice gentleman game. No jamming out 3 forwards on turn 1. Haven't seen Knights yet at all today. I'm curious to know how many people are playing it there. There's Irvine. We're going to go ahead and remove those 2 characters from the break zone. Irvine will gain haste and first strike. We will run into a Meath bonus burst. Or no, is that Meath not a burst? No, he is. I think he just chose not to use it. If I'm correct, I think that's the Meath that says you can discard a multi-element card to search for a card. We go ahead and just hard play Tyvis. Interesting. We had the Moody backup, so we could have taken time to set our backups up a little more. We are fueling the break zone for Irvine, which I guess we would have been doing anyway. Even we had a Cloud backup too. So we go get Mog. We can play Mog for free. Mog will draw us a card and potentially prevent any searching. Really not bad to get it out this early, as if Wayne wants to curve in any backups. No, actually, he says, oh, Mog is for the next turn. Here comes Ward. Ward with his big harpoon just clunk, just bops Irvine on the head and says, "Nah, leave my break zone alone. You want to go aggressive? Fine, I'll do my own counter aggression." And yeah, it looks like that'll make Wayne pump the brakes here. Of course, he could jam out another Irvine. So we know a Mog, at minimum, a Mog is coming out for free next turn. Looks like he might have a Lady of Antiquity in his hand. I would definitely want to see that come down. Yeah, Montleone, break zone removal is good against the Montleonis deck. But this deck certainly doesn't have to see Montleonis to win. It's got a lot of power through that Tyvis. What a card, man. I mean, you give any kind of job a card that strong that both searches out a job and then plays one for free every turn, you're going to be in business. Yeah, and Abraham has clearly put Wayne on. He's having to think here. We do have Tyro. Wow, Wayne really favoring the aggression. So he just hardcasts the Kusith, gets back Irvine. We're just going to do it again. Pitching Iridia, too. We had Iridia, Tyro. Okay, so there is Wall 7 in this Fireless, too. That's a really good hit. That would have been a crazy powerful card for Abraham to drop down. Here comes Mog for free. Go ahead and draw a card. Is that Axstar we have? Oh my goodness, this Tyvis is going to get so much value. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I understand him wanting to hate on the break zone, but with a Tyvis that says, hey, I'm going to get free value every turn, holy moly. And it's the, I don't even remember what that card's called, the Foulander, I think. But when it enters the field, it zaps something for 3. I need to pull that card up. Looks like we hit a bonus burst. Yep, we'll go ahead and shrink 5,000 from Mog and get in for another point of damage too. I think that's that Foulander monster. Or is that one of the hounds? That might be one of the hounds. Oh, and there's Irvine again. Okay, Wayne has a game plan and he's sticking to it. There, okay, and this time we are going to use that bonus burst from Meath. We do discard Axstar in hand to go get Wall 7. Oh boy, this is looking really, really scary for Mono Fire. I don't know, man. Like I like nothing against Irvine. I just don't like. Again, doing the first one is one thing, but then getting it back to do it again, and then getting it back to do it again. That's, you're just putting all your eggs in this Irvine basket. I'm being told that is Crimson Hound. I'm assuming it just shoots for like 8,000 when it enters. I thought it, yeah. Enters a field, choose a 4, deal 8,000 damage. Okay, so it's a 3 cost too, which means it can be flipped for free off of Wall 7. Speaking of which, there's Ward, technically a miss. Loyalty is a hit. Guts go, and Furion, which is not a hit. Nice. So we almost whiffed there, but Guts go and the Lilty are going to be quite nice. We will trigger Lilty first. Next card on top is 4 cost Warrior Light, which means we have Ultimate Shield online. And Gutsko will remove a, whatever, is that Culinarian? I can never remember what the fire one's called. Alchemist. Whatever the fire version of the 14 standard units that are free. And eject. Oh my goodness, eject for 1. Goodbye, Irvine. This is looking very over. Well, okay, there's Seymour. There's our own bonus burst. Is that true? Did we only pay 6 for Wall 7? Yeah, because he tapped the backup for... Unless he pitched an extra card. I'm going to go ahead and get back Kusith, slap that right on top. And saying, yeah, do you want to hit this Kusith into damage as well? Why, yes, I do. Abraham deciding, do I want to? He's like, no, I won't let you get back another Irvine. Yeah, people are in the chat are saying he only pitched 3 cards for the Wool 7, so we did not tap the backup as we should have. Naughty, naughty, naughty. That's what happened. And Richie saying no, he did pay 0 for Jack. So he would have had 2 backups, Tyvis, Ward. Does Jekt count characters? Because he would count the Hound plus Guts go. Jekt would have been free. Yeah, so if Jekt is free, then maybe he tapped the backup late, but he did technically pay the correct amount then, even if he paid it in a weird way. Yeah, because if Jekt counts characters, which I'm pretty sure it does, you had Gutsgo the Hound, Ward, Tyvis, the 2 backups, that's 6. Jekt would have been completely free. Okay, so we have Chaos Arc. That's pretty nice. Chaos will cost us 7, which does look like most of our hand. So yeah, you can't target a 3. Okay. He shielded? Why did he shield? Wait, didn't he just target Tyvis with the arc? He was tapping the Tyvis with the arc, right? So, and Tyvis is a 5 cost. It doesn't get protected by the shield unless he was vocally declaring something else. But it looked like he was pointing the arc at the Tyvis. There's a bonus burst as we go ahead and get back a summon from our break zone. I mean, because he knows he had the shield in hand, right? Because we saw the 4-color wall. Did they catch it? Okay. Or no, he's getting back the arc to just do it again. I mean, the Tyvis shouldn't have been protected in the first place. Oh, man. Shenanigans. Yeah, and Gutsgo did not leave the field. It just changed sides, so he should not have gotten that back either. Oh, my goodness. Oh, it's getting messy, folks. Someone get me a broom and a mop. We got to clean this up. There's another bonus burst, which will kill the ward. And then we'll play another ward to kill... But doesn't ward only do 7,000? Or did Chaos take other damage? Did Chaos take more damage that I wasn't aware of? I mean, again, I was kind of getting caught up on the messiness of that past turn, but... Because Chaos has 8,000 power, Ward shoots for 7,001, right? Did I guess either some other form of damage happened or I missed something. I don't know why that Chaos is dead. Okay, well, here comes Cloud. Ward dies. Okay. Judge. Judge. Fucking smothered by Judge. I mean, gosh, so much, but like, I don't even know how you fix this at this point. So much stuff has happened that I don't think should have happened. Looks like he did crack the Crimson Hound to like scry the top of his deck. You can pay 1, put it in the break zone, and I think you look at the top 2 cards, and I don't think you grab one. I think you can set where they are. So like 1, I think you can set them back on top or the bottom. So we block with Gutsgo. Yeah, Gutsgo should not have given that card it had earlier back to hand because it did not leave the field. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. All right, so the current state of the field, however correct or incorrect it is, there is a Jekt and a Wool 7 on Abraham's side, along with 2 backups. Wayne has a Cloud limit break and a Seymour backup. There you go, Richie. List all the problems. We're gonna limit break again for Mr. Matt, which will give Cloud 1,000 power and brave, which does let him poke in. Could potentially trade with the wall, but pushes a point of damage. So we block with the Wool 7. Oh my goodness. Are we going to try to play another one? Yeah, it looks like we've got another Wool 7 in hand. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's Yuzuki. That's a good target. Axstar is very good. Geomancer hits. Meat does not hit. Sergio, you're killing me, man. Welcome to Whose Card Game Is It Anyway? Where everything's made up and the rules don't matter. Ultimate Shield says it only protects forwards of 3. Nah, change your mind. Now it protects forwards of 5. Yeah, oh boy. Okay, so there's Ixion into damage. We will pass the turn there. And yeah, based on this board state, I don't think Wayne is going to find his way out of this. I'm pretty sure he just has 2 cards in hand. He has a Shantoto, which is a good card, but yeah, cannot use it. A massive handshake. I mean, I hope they're having fun, but that was a very messy game, and I would have liked to have seen that if played out correctly, because Wayne very much maybe could have won, but when your arc fizzles when it shouldn't, and then your chaos dies when it shouldn't, and your guts go just gives up cards when it shouldn't. There's just there's a lot of things that probably shouldn't have happened there. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Yeah, so early Irvine work from Wayne. Maybe he was overly worried about a Montleonis coming out potentially, but yeah, like that's the thing. Don't be wrong, Montleonis is insanely scary and a super powerful finisher for these fire decks, but I don't think you want to go all in that many times. The first Irvine I kind of understand, but then to do it again and again is just like you got, I don't know. But I'm a guy who loves his backup, so maybe what do I know? That one's for you, stream. I'm glad. I'm glad you all saw that too, so it wasn't just me observing it. Oh goodness. Well, so there's round 4. Again, there will be no lunch break, so we're just going to be chugging through the day, which probably unfortunate for any players who are hungry, but I know they started late. It's already 2:30 there, so it will be nice to just get this done, and then we can all go on with our evenings. And I believe it is a cut to top 16, which will be on tomorrow. Maybe at one of these events we can get some kind of like microphone at the table or something where like the streamer is plugged into it, so I can just like hit a button and be like, hold on everyone, that's not how that works, and they can hear it there at the table, and we could like fix it in real time. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Well, that was a round. Yeah, that was a round of Final Fantasy. Tyvus is a strong card, obviously, quite good. I'm gonna see if I've got Wayne's list here. He's got a good chunk of backups. He's got some high end stuff too, Man in Black. Like again, I don't know if he felt pressured that he thought I gotta beat this deck early, but with his Earth Lightning, he's got Hecaton Kyra. It seems like he has really good control elements in here. I'm kind of surprised he went all in that early, and we saw him throwing away backups too. So it's not like, oh, he just didn't see backups. He didn't have a choice. It's just kind of what he chose to do. Oh man, oh man, oh man. Folks, I'm glad you're here watching with us. Thank you to the Haven Games for putting this on, and I'm very happy to be bringing you some classic Final Fantasy TCG action. Feel free to grab a drink or a bathroom break, hang out in chat, and we will get round 5 started as soon as it's ready to go. Oh, Mike, that sounds so cool. I love your judging idea with the red light. That's really neat. That's a neat idea. A judge program? Never heard of such a thing. Must only exist in a mystical faraway land. Responding to Haven in the chat. Yeah, I understand. I appreciate you guys wanting to try to make it as clean as you can, but I understand you're also like one or two people trying to look after, if there's 80 players, 40 plus games. So there's obviously only so much you can do. And so I'll make a little discussion about it while we're waiting for round 5. For those of you in the chat, feel free to give your opinion on this. When you see plays like this, and we've seen a lot of plays like that on a lot of these streams, what do you think it is? Do you think it's people just being nervous, that they're rushing, they're going way too fast instead of taking their time? Is it forgetfulness that maybe as the Wool 7 player, you're so used to your entire board being protected that you forget, oh yeah, the Tyvus isn't part of that? Do you think it's general like rule sloppiness that people maybe just don't know the rules maybe as well as they should? I'm kind of curious to know what you think like causes this to happen as often as we see it. And there are some more complicated things. Like, I understand if you don't know how the siren works as far as like when the reveal happens. Does it happen when the ability goes on the stack, or does it happen at resolution? Because there are similar abilities in the game, and some of them are the reverse, right? Some of them, the reveal is part of the cost. Yeah, whereas others, maybe it works a different way. So stuff like that I can kind of understand, but like the arc on the Tyvus was pretty egregious to me, because it's like, no, Ultimate Shield clearly says Warrior of Light and the other forwards of cost 3. Tyvus is not a forward of cost 3. So that one's pretty just like, what is going on? Or the chaos with the ward is like 7,000, well, he has 8,000 power. Why did that card die? Or again, the guts go. Like, even though I know some of us know that ruling, I can at least kind of understand being confused on the guts go. Is like, oh, it's leaving my board, so therefore he left the field, so I should get the cards back. But when obviously it's like, well, no, he's not leaving the field. Both our boards consist of the field, so that card should not have come to hand. What's funny, Sergio, is as I've been splitting between Final Fantasy and Lorcana, and I'd played a lot of Lorcana and went to Final Fantasy to practice for Kansas City. And I would, in Lorcana, you can't do anything on your opponent's turn. So a lot of times I'll reset my ink just to save time, so I don't have to sit there and do it on my turn. Which pretty much everyone at my game shop does. And then so playing Final Fantasy, I would start untapping my backups as I passed to my opponent. Like, wait a minute, you're not supposed to do that. Oops. And in Final Fantasy, like, I would start just drawing one card a turn instead of two, and I'm like, man, why is my hand so low? I don't have any cards. Yeah, Dylan gets it. Dylan, we need to play on Pixelborn sometime, man. Message me. We gotta, especially with the new set coming out. You can come on my show, help me do a set review, or help me practice some matches. Got to do those deck techs. All right, that works for me, my friend. Are you going to Chicago? Are you going to the big Chicago event? Or are you referring to Chicago Final Fantasy? I want to go to the Chicago Lorcana Challenge, but I could not secure a ticket. So, hey, if you can get your hands on one, let me know. Matthew, I just saw your comment about the magic violation. Dude, when I first started playing Magic with friends and I hadn't really played it beforehand, I was coming from Final Fantasy and people would go to combat and I was like, all right, attack with this, little 1/1 creature. And I would just instinctively reach for the top of my deck to like throw a card over to the side for damage. And I always had to stop myself like, wait, wait, wait. Hold on, different game. That's not how this works. Matt, you got a round timer for us?
here we go. Round 5 is starting up. I'm going to get the names on there, and we will be good to go.
All right, we are getting ready here for a round 5. Let's see what kind of matchup we have here. I would assume one of the matches just went to time because they're not supposed to be taking any breaks. So,
Yes, we had a match go to deck out, and they were the
oh,
final
nice.
round. Yes, they took their time.
So we've got Alex T on the right side.
And then we've got Mohammed.
Muhammad's on the left side. Nice. I think he's on a Chaos Arc variant, if I'm not mistaken. Alex maybe on Knights. We see a Moogle for a Moogle classic backup opening. That is a Fire Moogle, but it can produce ICP. Nice way to get around Chaos Arc List 2 as you're getting access to more CP without actually having to commit a character of that color, which is awesome. Looks like Muhammad is playing a Rydia turn 1, going to search out a Summoner as well as a Summon of a different element. I'm going to assume if this is Earth Water, he'll probably get Yuna. Might see Seymour if there's lightning in there as well. Go for Ico. Okay, so it is water, and we go for Hecaton Kyre. So just in case our opponent's thinking of putting out any any 8K or less forwards, we are just letting them know, more than willing to sweep these off. Sweep them right into the dustbin. Are we on Knights? I think I see Ramza. Yeah, and as I say, that Moogle's pretty popular in Knights right now since you can get multiple colors out of one backup.
And I believe I just got you their deck lists.
Oh, excellent. Excellent. Yep, Mohammed is on some variant of, looks like Chaos Arc. Yeah. Excuse me. And does look like we have Knights on the other side. Alex likely trying to decide, do I want to go all in on this Ramza? I don't know if we have Corella to follow it up. We do have a Delita. Hey, Laswell says let's go ahead and take out Rydia. Now there's nothing left to Dull Freeze, so there isn't really a reason to commit more to the board unless we just want to really put pressure on our opponent. I would be wary of committing more forwards that would die to the Hecaton Kyre. Like a Rams is kind of okay because again, the Hecaton won't kill him. But the more you put on this board, the more he's going to commit to. Interesting. We go for the Leo. I think I would have rather him just played the Merrill Web, unless he didn't have other water CP for it. Again, the reasoning because the more forwards you commit here, just the more likely Mohammed is to just fire off that Hecaton. Granted, it's kind of inefficient for him since his backup is frozen, but yeah, I don't know if he would have used that for just the Laswell. He might be inclined to use it for Leo and Laswell. Granted, maybe you're okay with that because you have Rams in hand, so maybe well, I could just reload with Laswell and get another Dull Freeze. Yeah, I mean, the backup just commits more of a resource to the board that you can use over and over again, but it's also possible Alex didn't have another water card in hand to actually use it. Mohammed will have to play a little off curve here. Not a little, but exactly off curve. So if he wants to commit that Ico, he will be overpaying by 1. I think it's a 3-cost backup, right? It's not 2-cost. Or no, it is a 2-cost. Never mind. I couldn't remember what the cost is. So this Ico lets us search for a summon from our deck, and you place it into the break zone. I can't quite tell what he got there. It looks like it might be Arc from the little bit I can see. So is loaded up to potentially recur it. Any EX bursts or a Man in Black, a Garnet, Une, anything that lets us get a summon back from our break zone, and passes there. So now Alex does have to be mindful. We do have the Hecaton on Muhammad's side. So again, if we commit a bunch of little forwards, Hecaton's going to have a very clean sweep. And Laswell goes in, and there's that bonus burst. I was actually just thinking, I don't know if you even need to commit the Leo because you want to get that discard on his hand. Thoradin, one of the best EX bursts you could possibly hit in the game, as you are now just going to search out whatever card suits your fancy. We'll see if he decides to favor a backup or if he wants a forward. You can almost have the analysis paralysis since you can get anything you want. And goes for, is that Siren? I think that's Siren. Okay, yeah, I was like, the foiling made it a little difficult to see what that was, but looks like that was Siren. I'm being told in the chat it's GG already. It's still a little early for me to call GG. I don't discount the Knights. Let's see, what do we got? We are pitching 2. There, okay, now we do have a water backup. We had Larsa in hand, so yeah, I wonder if we could have had Larsa last turn, or the Merrill Web, if we'd had one of those spare Larsas. We'll search out Corella. We know we have Ramza. We are ready for a Ramza Corella play. We could go in on that now. I don't know if he has enough to pay for it. And you would get last will triggers. You'll lock out both those backups, make it really awkward for Muhammad to play. Again, you are open to a Hecaton, but it's only the small stuff that's going to die to it. Ramza and Corella themselves will be okay. And we are still going to rip a card out of Muhammad's hands, which doesn't seem nearly as strong when he's holding 6 cards in hand currently. We're just going to let it go. Yep, looks like we're moving to end step. I'm assuming he's guessing about discarding a card, which he does. Shantoto isn't terrible here. Not that you really need to commit it for just a last well. You probably do want to get this last well off the field because if you're expecting a Corella or more Knights to come down, you don't want your entire board to just get dull frozen. We do have, with the last well, we have 3 colors online for the Chaos right now, too. So Chaos only costs 5. That's a very good discount for Muhammad. Pitches, I think, 2. We're going to see Chaos come down. Yep, there's Chaos. Yeah, on the stack. We're just going to go ahead and kill the Leo, make our opponent discard 2 cards. And then we will take control of last well. A brutal, brutal swing. 9 CP for completely free is quite a power swing. Yeah, we have 2 cards sitting there side by side. One with an 11 in the corner, one with a 9. Cost 20? Nah, I'll pay 5 for that. You know what? How about a 75% discount? I'll take that. Alex thinking, does he have Amaterasu in hand? Which if he does, you absolutely should just Amat the Chaos. Is he... Okay, he did. He discarded Corella, and I think that's Garland in hand. So Alex is going to try to Ramza, not going to get the last will triggers now. This is going to be painful if Muhammad does have another Arc in hand. He does have the Ico backup. I think he can break that to get a summon back, so he could get that on demand. Granted, he'd be going down to a single backup. I don't know if that's necessarily where he wants to be. I do see Ramza. I see another Corella. Man, you do not want to start having to discard to your own last well. That's going to be brutal if Alex falls to that. Yeah, I don't think because the last well is going to make you discard, I don't think you can really afford to just like not do anything this turn. None of your limit breaks are going to help. Victoria doesn't do anything. Zach isn't going to do anything. I guess if you're running Cloud and you have Lightning CP, I don't know where you're going to get that. Pitching 2, going for Corella. No, Gawain actually. Okay, interesting. Gonna attempt to search. Looks like, yep, that's going to resolve. Are we just going to get another Ramza Corella? We could get a last well. Oh, no, it can't be last well. It can't be ice. It's got to be a fire and a water. Oh, we're actually running the small Agrius in there. Okay. So this does look like a mostly aggro-heavy version of this list. I need to pull that Agrius up to be sure, but I think it just bounces a forward, which is quite good against Laswell, as it'll return to your hand. I think it's like you have to have 2 knights. Let me pull it up really quick. Yep, here she comes. Agrius enters the field. Choose a forward of cost 3 or less opponent controls. If you control 2 or more job knights, return it to its owner's hand. Now, Mohammed can mess with this. So if on the stack he can kill the Agrius or the Gawain, Alex will no longer have 2 knights, and this effect will fizzle, which would be a pretty nice blowout. Yep, looks like we're doing something. Okay, so we're gonna get that back, get back the arc, and just say, "Yep, that's great, but I'm not giving up your Laswell." And yeah, there goes Alex's entire hand. Agrius now fizzles. We don't even get our Laswell back. The nice thing is Gawain is a blocker, but that was a pretty large blow to Alex. Muhammad got to be feeling really good. Now, to be fair, he did give up a backup for that. So if he doesn't have another arc to continue that pressure, but he can also he can sacrifice the Laswell to break the Gawain. He can just send the Laswell in, say, I don't care. Oh my goodness, we're going to take out a backup too. He says, sir, you are supposed to be playing aggro knights. I will not allow this backup play. Doesn't attack with the Laswell. Interesting. Well, we drew Charlotte. That's not enough. And yep, just we got to pass straight back. Hope our opponent doesn't draw arc. Hitting our hand is just brutal. Brutal. Here comes Thornton. Now we can search out whatever we want. Probably another copy of Arc. And just say, well, those cards in your those cards in your hand look awful nice. Those cards in your hand look awful nice here, partner. Be a shame if something happened to it. There goes Arc for free. Gonna discard Laswell, threatening to discard 2 just in case we hit a burst. There's Rams into damage. Would have loved to have seen that, even though we can't even use it. And this is just looking very brutal for Alex. Going to access this limit break. Are we just going to Leo to draw deeper? Not ideal. Yep, there's the old Leo. Got to pitch Beatrix for it. We get a single card, but oof. Oof. Not good. We're getting beaten it. I can't even speak. We're getting beaten down with our own Laswell. Oh my goodness. Yep, says let's go to end phase, discard another Beatrix. Holy moly. We need like Corella. I don't even know what we need right now. Muhammad just keeping the chaos up just to abuse the Laswell anyway. So even if we play a forward, like if Alex plays Corella, we just use the chaos. We can sacrifice the Laswell in response to get rid of it. No, and just another pass. Okay, well this is getting real bad real quick. And there's the third. Is that Beatrix? It looks like the third Beatrix, or is that Corella? So on my screen, the round 5 is kind of covering it. So I think it looks like Beatrix. So it looks like the Beatrix art. We have to discard the Miwa, pass again. Muhammad just sitting on his hand and is beating his opponent down with his own forward. Yeah, this is looking very bad for Alex. And we just pass back. Oh my goodness. Is that 2 straight turns of essentially no actions? We'll cast Poo Poo at the end of our opponent's turn, discard a card, draw 2 deeper into the deck. And Muhammad under absolutely zero pressure here. And there is Corella. So I was 1 early. Corella, the beautiful water art. Are we just going to pass again? No, we got backups to set up. Echidna going to go ahead and get back a summon. Oh my goodness, it's Arc. Stop. I need that Simpsons meme. Stop. He's already dead. Holy moly. Getting calls to warp and garnet from the chat. Or heck, you could even just play her naturally. I mean, I just don't know how Knights even gets out of, like, you need a big play, right? You need a big Ramza to Corella to your own Lastwell, Charlotte, but Mohammed has so many chances to interact with that before you get that board that Alex essentially needs him to fall asleep at this point, and we're continuing to hit our hand. Said Randall maybe could have been great a lot earlier. This is the slow. These noble knights are facing their own very slow death. And the body language of Alex says that he's just staring at his cards, trying to think of a way out of this. And sir, I cannot help you with that one. If he'd been able to bounce that last well back with his Agrius, that could have been really nice. But we need a knight that's completely untargetable by summons and abilities, which to my knowledge does not exist. And if it does, it's probably not in this deck. Another pass. Oh my god. This poor Moogle is just sitting there with his little spear, lance, halberd, whatever that is, just like his little jousting lance. Like, am I, boss, are we doing anything here? Mohammed strikes Faisalis into damage. And he's at the point he's acquired so much card value. It's like, well, you got to do something. That's how Alex is going to beat him. He's like, ha, you can't arc my forward if I never play one. Gotcha, sucker. We are casting the poo-poo summon, so we'll go ahead and discard a card, draw 2 more. Not really sure what we're digging for at this point. Maybe more backups. Maybe we're just bored trying to play with our food. I'm not sure. Wow, yeah. We just went to end phase and discarded 2 cards per turn, it looked like. I can get another Lastwell discard. Oh my goodness, this has to be one of the slowest, most painful deaths I've ever seen in this game. Alex just sitting there, what do I do? It's like, dude, yeah, I mean, he has to bite the bullet, right? If he can, probably the best thing he could do is like play a Charlotte that won't trigger any stack or anything, so he retains priority, and then follow up with the Rams Corella. At least that way, Mohammed's forced to use the arc on the Charlotte. Is that what we got? Did I call it? Ooh, well, not quite Charlotte, but yeah. So the problem now, Lastwell will get to dull freeze something, but it's going to create a stack. So I'm assuming Mohammed's just going to respond. Boop. Arc will just come out of the sky and kaboom! Yeah, blow him to Kingdom Come. There goes Lastwell. Go ahead and discard 2 cards. For the crime of playing a forward, I sentence you to the break zone and take these 2 cards with you. Holy moly. I chill. Poor Alex, man. This is rough. I did say we hadn't seen Knights yet today, and I wanted to see him, but to quote that Matrix character, what is it? It's not Cypher. That's the bad guy. I can't remember the girl's name, but where she does the not like this. Not like this. I think it's Switch. I think that might be her name. Oh my goodness, this is brutal. And we still are just holding up that chaos with our opponent's Laswell, which we can still get. Okay, we did dull freeze the chaos. So for 1 turn at least, we took that off. Oh my gosh, do we have a card to play? Is it the 3rd Leo? It's Surgis. Oh boy, we're going to freeze Laswell. We are preventing another discard. Take that, sucker. And Mama just Miss Dragons the break zone, like, yeah, just because we'll just go ahead and prevent you from possibly. I mean, not that he has any way of getting back into this game realistically, but. Now, the nice thing is, unless we want to animate this Echidna, Alex did potentially stave off a point of damage this turn. But it looks like Muhammad says, nah, I'm just going to animate this Echidna. I want to keep my card draw going. We'll attack. On attack declaration, get to draw a card. He might as well block with the Surges. What else is it doing? There goes Gawain. I guess it could potentially prevent Laswell from attacking next turn, but this one's starting to look pretty over. And there, finally, we see a third backup from Mohammed. I guess technically this would be his 1, 2, 3, fourth backup if you count the Ico that was broken. It's funny, you would think this deck would want to play off a lot of cards, but when you have the resource generation that Arc and Chaos is, where again you're paying 20 CP of cards and you're only having to pay 5 for it, I mean, who needs backups at that point? When Arc is free, look out. Alex is going to draw Mohammed, maybe thinking Kaiba in his head. Draw your last pathetic card, Alex, so I can end this duel. I don't think Alex is going to be able to counter with, my deck has no pathetic cards, but it does contain the unstoppable Knight Exodia. It's not possible. Sounds like there are 10 minutes left in the round from what I could hear in the background. Oof. So we have to overpay for Physalis. I mean, it does have 3,000 extra power, so it's an 8K. And that's it. And we pass. We could use our own limit break deck to just dole something out of the way. Not that we're under any pressure. It's not like we have to end the game right this moment. Well, if he did want to do surges for tiebreakers, last turn was his chance to do that while the forwards were rolled sideways. So we have 3 attackers. Laswell cannot get over either of these forwards. Chaos could break Laswell to break one of them, but then you have one less attacker. So I don't, unless Mohammed has like a one-sided board wipe, I don't think we're winning this turn. Not that I think it will make too much of a difference. Dylan, you said this match makes you gassy? Why is this making you gassy? Now Mohammed's going to check his limit break deck. A Cloud could bop one of these on the noggin. Send him packing. A Cloud and a Surges. Could send him packing. Let's just hope Alex remembers to reclaim his own Laswell that betrayed him and just send him to his doom over and over again. Oh, it's hurting your stomach to watch. Yeah, this one is painful. This is definitely if you were trying to get a new player into the game, I don't think I'd show them and be like, "Hey, this could be you. You too can sit there with no chance of victory and any forward you play dies and you'll lose 2 cards from hand." Mohammed, I'm assuming he's trying to math out a lethal turn, because otherwise I don't know why he wouldn't just like smack him with the Echidna. Goes for Tyro. Okay. Are we going to look for a lethal forward, or is he just still going to take his time and he's like, I better ramp up backups. Oh my goodness, Man in Black. Sir, I believe that is what they call overkill. Is he going to play said Man in Black to get back Arc? No, he passes. Okay, well, I mean, he's pretty much setting up for the next turn. Also, Une could have done Une. send Surges into the Shadow Realm, get the only backup off the field. I mean, that just would have ended it right there. Yeah, because Une just you bounce Surges into Oblivion, you send in Chaos and Echidna. Physalis can block one of them, but trade, and then Lastwell just finishes it off. How apropos for Lastwell to go in as the final. Do you think, like, as he's about to stab Alex in the throat, he's just like, I'm sorry, you know, tear streaming down his eye as he's clearly being mind controlled? Hey, there's the Charlotte. And we're going to limit break again. Is this our last limit break? Yep. There's Zach. Woohoo! About to get a 3K ping on Lastwell. And go to pass. That's all we can do. You know, to some degree, I kind of respect Alex playing it out. You travel all this way to Florida. I don't know where he lives, so maybe it wasn't that far of a drive. But if I'm gonna go to a tournament, like, I mean, you might as well play it out. What else? What else are you gonna do while you're there? You're stuck waiting at this tournament anyway. You can do your taxes in your head or something, or think about that book you've always wanted to write. Yeah, there you go, Mike. Get us the Ides of March reference, Mr. Julius Caesar. E2 Lastwell, and he just gets gutted. Man in Black will get us back Arc. We, of course, cast it for free, as Chaos allows us to do so. Which means Charlotte is going the way of the dodo, but joke's on Mohammed. There are no cards for Alex to discard. So, I mean, it's only half a summon, really. Mohammed, he's got no cards in hand, my friend. Just fire that off. Like, you don't need to hold it for anything. Fire it off. Now, the one thing is, if he wants to use the Man in Black can't attack thing, he does have to technically kill Charlotte first. So maybe he's trying to do that. We're going to blank Charlotte. Oh, my goodness. So Charlotte has no abilities. So now he can fire off the arc, say whoever can attack or block. I could actually almost hear for a second. I heard the word arc, unless that was another game. So there goes Surges into the void of the Limit Break deck. Looks like he might have put him in his break zone. Whoops. But not that that's going to matter here. Or no, we ended up picking Lastwell, it looks like. Or whoever that was. I can't even see that. Oh, it was Physalis. That's who it was. Yep, Charlotte cannot attack or block. I'm surprised we would pick. Oh, right. Charlotte does have 2 extra damage. Or no, she doesn't, because she doesn't have any abilities. So, yeah, why not just do, what's his face, Surges or Zach? I guess Charlotte already can't attack or block. I wonder the way he's worded. So here comes Echidna. Is it an EX burst that turns the game? Nah, of course not. It is an Amaterasu. Mohammed, my guy. You can just finish him off, man. You got this. You don't need to keep digging deeper, buddy. There you go. Alex gave like probably a please end this kind of fist bump. So here's something interesting about Man in Black. His text reads, when you cast a summon, choose up to 1 forward. It gains, this forward cannot attack or block until the end of the turn. So if you give that text to Charlotte, but then you blank it with Cuchulainn, pretty sure it loses that text and it can attack or block that at that point. Not that that matters for the way this game went, but yeah, make sure you get your Lastwell back, Alex. Unless Mohammed's going to do like a Kaiba power play and be like, I'm keeping this now as a trophy. So yeah, always count your dude. I actually had at locals a few weeks ago before Kansas City. Someone I was playing Final Fantasy VI, and someone used Chaos Arc against me. They took my Mog, and they kept my Mog. And I only knew when I went next week, was counting my cards and realized I only had 49 cards. I was like, "Where? What card am I missing?" And it was like, "Yep, they took my Mog." That was a brutal round 5. That was tough to watch. That was very difficult to watch. Hopefully, round 6 is a little more competitive, because that was unfortunate.
players are getting seated for round 6. On stream here, we are going to have Sam Toole and Jim Doolittle.
Sam and Jim.
Sam and Jim.
Two gentlemen with names that have 3 letters apiece, and both end with an M and have a vowel in the middle.
Wow.
Incredible, isn't it?
What a quick observation about these two players.
It just popped into my head.
Yeah, it's true. You are not incorrect. Sergio, it is 7 rounds today, so we are doing this one and one more, and then we're done for the day. Everybody will be able to get out and have lunch and do whatever they want for the rest of the day. Maybe we'll fire some side events today as well.
Sweet. Do you guys know what time Top Cut starts tomorrow?
Top Cut tomorrow is, we have not decided yet. We're going to wait until we get our top 16 and make sure that whenever we start, they will have time to get to any flights that they have.
Gotcha.
Some
Okay.
people's flights are leaving relatively early in the day. We normally open at noon, so we're probably going to start maybe an hour or so before that. Make sure we get everybody checked in. But if we need to start earlier, we will, for the players, to make sure they don't have to drop just because of a flight. That
Yeah,
would be
understandable.
a major bummer. Okay, and we got Jim on the right. I wish it would lock this in the same position on the corner, but
Yeah.
alas.
Let's see.
If I change the name,
Okay,
it
those
gets
last 2
shorter.
times.
Alrighty, so we got everybody set up. I know they have not started the round timer yet, so we're probably going to be here for a wee bit, but they will be starting momentarily, and that's exciting.
They have such equilibrium in their names too. I don't know if either of them ever goes by Sammy or Jimmy, but still same number of letters, has that same nice double syllable to it.
I'll pull them if I can make them Sammy and Jimmy, and then change it
Right.
on stream too.
Sammy T and Jimmy D. Sam is rocking a Naruto finalist playmat, and Jim looks like he has a classic NA from 2019 playmat.
Sam over there trying to prove that it's not just Final Fantasy he's good at.
Right? Do we know what their deck lists are? Did you happen to have those?
Yes, I'm going to upload them in just a moment. I'm trying to get...
Oh, you're good. Yeah, do all the...
thing to scan them rather than just taking a picture. Sometimes it does it immediately, and other times it's...
Sounds like they're doing a player announcement right now about prizes.
Yes, they're doing a player announcement about a local qualifier that one of our judges
okay.
is running.
Nice. Okay, so it looks...
Same prizes, if I heard correctly.
I'm assuming Sam is on, looks like a multicolor / Earthless, because I see Montleonis in there, as well as Riku, Gladiolus, Ignis. So yeah, he's got some of the retainers as well. And then it looks like Jim is on, is this Oops All Forwards? Oh, I think this might be OTK Scions. I see Urianger, I see Odin's, I see Inishtola, Alphino. Yeah, and unless he just jammed all his backups and summons into one section, it looks like he might just be Oops All Forwards. And the title is Scions of the Seventh Dawn. This could be very quick then if that works out for him.
There goes the round. Judge has announced round start. So here we go.
As Mario would say, here we go! Yahoo! Jim is going to start us off pitching Grahatia for an Aldo. Looks like this could be that OTK Scions list. Going to search out if it is. So he needs Hien and he needs Xenos. We're going to get Ishtola. Interesting. Okay, so no, I must have read the listing correctly then, because there is a backup in here. So maybe this is just normal Scions. Maybe it's not the OTK version. Ooh, looks like we're putting out not Shujin. What's her Amber? I think it's Amber. The other, I haven't seen Soirees in a while, so I don't remember this. Yep. So we pitched a Sophie as well as maybe a Genova Synthesis. Going to go ahead and get out Shinju. We'll see if we slam this. Yeah, Jim's like, are you slamming it down? You're going to wait a turn. Nope. So this will go ahead and wait a turn. Presumably in there just as a backup that can search a backup. I doubt this will be very soiree heavy. And we'll pitch another Grahatia. Grahatia showing that, oh, well, there's our one of Sophie gone. Irvine coming in, target too tasty to resist, and we hit a bonus burst. It is an EX burst Kusith, but since Irvine removed both of the targets in the break zone, that's basically a whiff for Sam. It is a whiff. No, basically about it. Man, I wonder if that was Jim's plan to do the Irvine no matter what, or I wonder if the Sophie just made it such a tempting target. It looks like Sam's going to put down, I think that's the Miner, or is that Botanist? I think that one's called Miner. Yeah, so he's playing Miner. He'll reveal the top 5, and I think he's looking for a backup. He can grab the, I want to say that's the Leather Worker. All those 14 jobs. I can never remember which one is which. And Irvine happy to pick away at Montleonis and any other forwards that get dropped into that break zone. So Sam, as long as he's willing to eat that cost, which I'm assuming he is, probably wants to just keep putting out his backups. Yep. Nice. Gives up Claris for Shinju, and then we can play that Leather Worker 100% for free. So, yeah, Sam took a point of damage. Yeah, he's going to take another one, but he is on 4 backups, so he's got to be feeling pretty good right now. Jim's going to go in first. We'll go ahead and remove our entire break zone. Can we hit another one? It's the Mist Dragon. So we do hit another Earth card into damage, and Earth Summon specifically. Go ahead and give up the Irvine, even though we have access to the special. For Louis Sois, we are going to go grab ourselves an Alfino or an Alice. Probably Alice. No! Interesting. Okay. So is this Water Lightning? That's the first other color we've seen. So that is Water Alfino. When that card enters the field, your opponent must sacrifice I believe it is a dull forward that you control. And then I think on damage 3, he also gets like, what, 2,000 power? Yeah. But like we said, Sam, only on 2 damage, has 4 backups to work with. Other than losing the one of Sophie, he's still got to feel pretty bad. I mean, feel pretty good. Losing the Sophie feels bad, but... Looks like we've got a Garnet in hand. I'm not sure if we have a 5th backup. You might want to leave that slot open anyway for a Shantoto. So we'll just go ahead and pitch 2 from hand for the Riku. Riku gives us access to all our multi-elements. Holy moly. Riku, we're so fast. We're casting Warrior of Light, which we can do with our backups, which now produce CP of any element. Reactivate for free, and Riku says when a multi-element forward is cast, we can go back, get back another forward, which means now we get that Ingus, which we can now jam out to search something else out as well. Here comes Warrior of Light. We'll take our first point of damage, and it's a bonus burst as Lena lets Mr. Jim do a little draw a card. And are we going to play that Ingus as well? Yeah, this is the glory of 4 backups. Yep. Ingus says, hey, you don't mind if I do. Really interesting seeing these like Earth version of 4 colors showing up. It shows you how strong this 4-color Warrior of Light card is. It's like Mono Earth, play 4-color Wool. Ice, Lightning, Gigawall, play 4-color Wool. Fire, Ice, Fire, Water, Ice, Gigawall, play 4-color Wool. Warriors of Light, go ahead and play 4-color Wool. Scions, yeah, just go ahead and jam a little 4-color Wool in there. He's like ketchup. He just goes well with everything. Pulls out a Sonin, showing our opponent, hey, I can just trade kill you next turn, which, I mean, he basically was going to do anyway because Irvine cannot get over Warrior of Light. So Irvine has had his fun, but now Jim must come up with another way. Sonin is a really nice answer to the Ishtola board, that if Ishtola tries to come down, even if it tries to shrink something for 12,000 power, Sonin can just say, nope, we're actually going to give it plus 5,000, so that's not going to work the way you think it will. So Irvine can't get through. If I were Jim, I either curve out on some more backups or I look for a way to answer this board. Ixion doesn't do anything. Their costs are all too high. Again, you can do Ishtola. Like you could just Ali saying to Ishtola is an 8k drain, but with the Sonin backing it up. Granted, that would put Sam down to 1 card in hand. And the Sonin won't kill anything, so maybe you just need to bait that out if you have nothing better to do. Could go in on a Shinryu here too if we run that. Not sure if it's in this list. The Ishtola special really wouldn't be terrible. Although it wouldn't kill Warrior of Light, and that wouldn't feel very good. And Warrior of Light can kill the Alisei in response. Okay, so we are Alisei. The Warrior of Light can shoot this. We're trying to get Alphino. So when Alphino enters, because a Waterford entered, it will dull, but I mean, this isn't going to resolve, right? Sam's surely just going to pop this Alisei on the stack. Which means Jim likely knows that, and so is trying to bait that out so he can then do something better in case he does ping this. Maybe a second Alphino. So we do bring the Sonin in. Okay. Yeah, so we're not even going to do the Warrior of Light ping. We just pulled the Sonin anyway. We're going to say -5 to Alisei, probably +5 to, looks like we targeted Riku. Does Riku trigger on your opponent's turn when you cast a multi-element forward? If so, Sonin is quite a good compliment for that. Let me pull her up. I know she triggers once per turn. When you cast a multi-element, add it to your hand once per turn. Oh, wow. Yeah, so the Riku triggers on Sam's turn as well. So we can get a card. That's some value right there. I mean, so we do revive Alphino. We did get the Sonin out of his hand. Do we have Ishtola now? Okay, now we have Ishtola. So yeah, Jim's going to check the powers. We can no longer have the Warrior of Light trade. Oh, are we just going to Ishtola special? Are we going to wipe the board? Holy moly. Pulse of Creation. Just that entire board is roasted. Holy moly. I didn't know Jim had enough in hand to do all that. So the Riku will live. Essentially what we just did was 9,000 damage to everything on the board that wasn't a Scion. So we will lose our own Irvine. The Riku will live thanks to the Sonin ability. Oh man, and Sam just... Ingus and is probably going to go get a 4-color Warrior of Light. Yep, that's what I expected. And because he pitched from hand, he can immediately play it. Oh my goodness. Oh, poor Jim. He's just like, I just wiped your board. What do you? And Sam says, nah, that's fine. I'll just make that board appear again. And look at the value he's going to get off this Riku. So the Warrior Light's completely free, replaces itself. Riku goes and gets back the Sonin. Oh, it's the same. But folks, I'm in a time loop. Did anyone blink and you'll miss it because literally we have the same board we just had a second ago. Oh my goodness. Holy moly. And we're going to Tidus limit break this turn. Oh my god. I'm Jim right now. I'm thinking, no. Not like this. I just wiped your board. That's not supposed to happen, sir. So we'll pitch the Amber and the Gladiolus from hand. Tap 1 for the Tidus. Going to pay the 3. Oh my goodness. That means 1 forward is going to go to, I think, the bottom of the deck. Probably Ishtola. Going to send one of these backups to the top of the deck. And we're going to draw 2 or 3 cards out of it. I need to pull up the Tidus. I can never remember if it's 2 or 3 cards. Tidus. And of course I misspelled it. I fat-fingered the keys. Okay, Warrior of Light goes in for a point of damage. Aldo, no help on the burst there. Tidus draws you 2 cards. That's what it is. And Estinian. Oh, the Scions. If this was how the 14 story went, I don't think people would have been as satisfied with it, given that all these characters are just like dying and falling apart right before your eyes. I mean, I don't know if he even has enough to try to go for another Ishtola board wipe, which is like what he has to do, but obviously that didn't even matter. And you know you have the Sonin in hand anyway. I don't even know what Jim can do. The Alphino's already triggered its effect. Again, you even if you play an Alisei, Warrior of Light, he can either use the Sonin or Warrior of Light to just whack it on the stack. The Sonin on your opponent's turn that also triggers Riku. That is some card value right there. Nuts. Yeah, it was slowing down the pace here for a second because you can definitely tell Jim's like, okay, now what do I do? But it was such a cool turn from Jim too, like that he baited out the Sonin, right? So he got it out of Sam's hand and got this awesome pulse of creation, just wiped it. Like it was a really cool turn for him. I've just hit the hold up, wait a minute, and just hit the rewind button and said, I'm just going to go back to the same board state I had, if you don't mind. So it looks like we play. Sorry, my stream's kind of getting laggy on my end. Looks like we played Alice, going to target, I would assume, Ishtola. Yep. So gonna. Oh no, so we did target Ishtola, but we didn't target the Pulse of Creation Ishtola. We targeted the damage one. Sam says, yeah, I'll go ahead and let you take a point of damage. And Jim says, yeah, even if it's a bonus burst. Hits a Sid of Clan Gully off the Ishtola damage. And goes ahead and gets himself back in Irvine for his trouble. So now Ishtola is going to attempt to shrink. So we can shoot something for 4,000 damage from the Ishtola damage effect. And, or no, I'm sorry. I'm so used to the other Ishtola. There is no shrink. It's just the 4K effect. We flip a Riku into damage on Sam's part. Looks like we do kill the Riku. Sam doesn't bother to try to save it with the Sonin. That's interesting. Just didn't value it at that point. I guess he's like, I got Warrior Light. Who cares? Yep. Sergio hit that perfectly. And yeah, there is the ping on the Alice. Alice will die. And Jim is looking at lethal right now. If we have anything to just scoot this Alphino out of the way. The Stola isn't going to be enough. Holy moly. And Sam is just going in on Neo X death. Your doom has come. Dun. You know when I said scoot the Alphino out of the way? I don't know if that's quite what I meant, but I guess, hey, you're going to get game, so who cares? Damage 1, damage 2, and finish it off. Sam already potent the fist. Holy moly. That was quicker than a rabbit in a field being chased by a honey badger. I have no idea. I'm just trying to come up with metaphors of what I just saw there. That's insane. Like, the speed of that was just nuts. And Sam just showing no mercy, slapping down Neo X Death, says, yep, I just want this clear. I want this to end right now. I'm hungry. I'm trying to go to lunch. Get out of here, sir. Sergio, I love your comment. Yep, Jim is playing old school FF where you pay for things, and Sam is playing modern FF where everything's just free. Yeah, that was tough. Like, I wasn't sure how Jim was going to get out of that turn knowing we had the Sonin in hand. And it was a really cool to see that Pulse of Creation. I thought, oh, maybe he's got a chance. And Sam just not only did he reload, he put the exact same board out again. Holy moly. What a quick round 6. All right, and since that was so quick, I am going to take a short break here, rest my voice for a minute. But folks, don't go anywhere. There's only one round left in the day. And we will be bringing it to you probably not too long, given how fast that one went. So stick around and we will be right back. How are we looking, sir? Are they still in time? All right, folks, we're loading into our final round of the day, the 7th round of Swiss here at the Florida Materia Cups, hosted by the Haven Games. Big shout out and thank you to them for having us here and talking about it. According to the deck list, we have Jesus Diaz on one side and looks like Chocobo Joe on another. And looks I think Joe is on a 7-color Warrior of Light variant. It looks like Mr. Diaz is on a maybe more traditional 4-color Warrior of Light. As they shuffle off to Buffalo. And we are drawing our cards for turn. Looks like we are ready to go. So let's enjoy this final round of FF action for today. And we will let our players go get some delicious, tasty food afterwards. And we'll find out who made that awesome top cut and who will be in our top 16 for tomorrow. There's a nice friendly fist bump to get things started. Looks like Joe is going first. Puts down an Aria, presumably going to search out a Warrior of Light. 7 cost. Opus 21 Legend. And there he is, in all his foil shining glory. Oh, are we on Knights? Okay, I thought this was maybe a Wool 7 list too, but it looks like it might be Knights. Looks like we pitched Gawain, right? Is that Gawain? Or no, is that... I can't quite tell what that card is. I thought that was Gawain, but maybe it's not. The screen got very fuzzy on me there for a second. We did search out a Sid Randall. We're going to go ahead and jam that out and say, oh, okay, you want to play Wool 7? Yeah, well, what if it does nothing all of a sudden? How about that? How about that? Yeah, sorry, my screen got fuzzy, so I couldn't quite see what happened there. Obviously, he pitched 2 cards for the Sid Randall, plays the Larsa. Maybe he's also on his own version of Wool 7? Yeah, someone said it is Knights. But Knights running the Sid Randall saying, yeah, I need to counter what you do. So, Joe opts to pivot. Says, well, if I can't do Wool 7, I'll go ahead and put down Mr. Loperit. Loperit, I believe, lets us draw 2 cards, and then I think we put one back on the... Is it the bottom? I think it's the bottom of the deck. Yeah, looks like that's going to the bottom. Sid Randall may stop those forward entry effects, but it does not stop those backup effects. The question is, does Joe have anything to out this? So he's going to play his own Larsa. Larsa, what a card, man. That backup has seen a lot of play since it came out. I mean, you know, there's a lot of forwards that are 4 or higher that you want to go get. Do we have an out if we're running something like Adia? If this is the Lightning version? Yeah, we wouldn't get the search on entry, but we could use the damage reduction. Gets a... Is that a ninja? Yeah. Jesus got to read that card. I've got to read that too. Let me pull that one up. It possibly has back attack and does some kind of bouncing. Let me pull that card up. It's been a minute since I've seen that one. And that should be the forward ninja, right? Okay, so I think... I'm guessing if it's this ninja, it's a 5 cost with back attack. Before paying the cost to cast ninja, you can pay crystal to reduce it by 3. And when it enters the field, it bounces something. Granted, that won't trigger if Sid Randall's on the field, but with back attack, it can block the Sid Randall. So it can essentially just trade it out in combat. Or, well, my gosh, we're not going to swing into that, are we? Or I guess we know he can't cast it yet because he doesn't have any crystals. There's our first bonus burst. Shuts off the Sid Randall. Oh, if only Joe could play on his turn. He's like, all right, quick, let me cheat in Warrior of Light. Now, that Kuchulain isn't out. In a way, Joe maybe would have rather just drawn that, because then he could have just blanked the Sid Randall and then dropped the Wool 7. Irving puts down... I'm not sure what that backup was, but he did put out Gawain. Or is that a crystal? Okay, Gawain will obviously search Corella, Ramza. Oh, it's Idolus. I was gonna say it looked like he played it from the break zone, but I couldn't see because of the glare. Okay, so Idolus, when it enters, you choose a fire forward of cost 4 or less, play it onto the field. So he played Gawain, then he went and searched out Ramza Corella. This is interesting. So this is a bit of a different form of knights. It's not the super aggro version. This maybe is more of a mid range. Well, never mind. I guess Joe didn't mind that Kuchulain going to burst because he just went ahead and shut off Sid Randall anyway, which most likely means here comes Mr. Wall 7. And we'll spin the wheel and see what we get out of that. I guess he doesn't have to, but I'm not sure what else. Either that or you're putting down some kind of forward that just gets rid of this Sid Randall. Kuchulain's a heck of a card, ain't it? I'll be honest, I thought Joe was just going to windmill slam the Wool 7, unless he's trying to decide what he wants to get rid of. No, he plays Glaciella. Okay, so he can make a crystal. He technically has turned on that ninja, where he can get the reduced effect. He also has enough power now, he can just shoot the Sid Randall outright. Yeah, and he just passes. Wow. Okay. The second backup is Idolus on Irving's side. 6 cost fire backup. Which we could even crack that just to kill this Glaciella. That's interesting. Yeah, I wonder why he opted for that. Oh, I guess because it's a guarantee out to the Sid Randall. It's a more, to quote Jesus Christ Superstar, it's a more permanent solution to our problem versus just the one-time wall coming down. Can't party attack. Could send them in one by one, but that's not going to do a whole lot. Could access our limit break zone and try to break this Glaciella with like a cloud. I mean, the Sid Randall will die in response, but he's already done somewhat of his job, right? He's already prevented at least an early Wall 7 coming down on turn 2. Could also try to go into a Ramza Corella Knight play. This Glaciella is currently firing for 8,000 damage, so it will not be able to take out a Ramza. And Joe only has 1 crystal, so he's only got one of those one shot locked in the chamber. Irving will play Lastwell. Interesting. Okay. So Dull freezes. Joe lets it resolve. And then we go to attack. Hits an Artemisian. Oh, that's an old reliable backup. I love that card. Here comes Sid Randall. Do we take the damage as well? Hits an EX burst. I actually don't know what that Warrior of Light does. I need to pull that up. It's a newer card. I believe it just came out this set, but Warrior of Light. I thought it had something to do with standard units, but I'm going to double check. Okay. When Warrior of Light enters the field, you may search for a job standard unit and add it to. Okay, so he searched the standard unit. On a bonus burst. Sorry, I missed that. I got caught up trying to figure out what it was. Searches out a ninja. So we could drop this ninja into play with the reduced crystal cost, although both the attackers have come in already. Did we pass with Irvine? Did we? I'm gonna say if we're passing, I'm assuming we're gonna go to the discard. I mean, I just can't imagine he's gonna let this last will survive, right? No, we did. Okay, all right. Yeah, I guess he's just gonna blow up Sid Randall on this turn, and then potentially fire off the wall. He did opt to let Lastwell take a card from his hand, which granted Sid Randall's kind of a bigger threat than Lastwell at the moment. Sid Randall shutting off that Wool 7. Yep, there goes the crystal. Bye-bye, Mr. Randall. You did what you could, sir, but Wool 7 comes down like Thanos. I am inevitable. I keep saying that, and like he hasn't played it yet. Watching now, he's not even going to play it for some reason. He's just psyching me out. I mean, you've got 3 backups. You only have to pitch 2 cards for it. Surely, yeah. Here we go. Here we go. Come on, Joe. You know you want to do it. You know you want to do it. One more. You just got to pay 1 more card, son. Then all your dreams will come true. There he is, Gigawall himself. What are we going to hit? Mog is good. Realm is good. Lena is good. And Waka is good, as is Braun. Woo! 5 for 5. So he can go to 5 backups if he really wants to. Mog will draw a card. There's no insane removal. Now, granted, Realm can bounce something you would likely bounce the Glaciella. I guess you could just bounce the Wool back, couldn't you? Get another crystal that way, and then just do it all again next turn. But there's no hard removal here for like the last well. Waka will let you reveal cards. Braun does let you go get a princess. Looks like we are selecting Braun and Lena. Interesting. Do we have enough to fire off the Lena break zone trigger? So Braun will let us search. Looks like, oh, or no, are we reacting to it? Oh, we are. Okay. So on the stack of the search, Irvine's going to try to Idolus, it looks like. Or maybe he's checking to see what the Braun does. So we'll crack Idolus. Idolus says, dull him, put him in the break zone. Choose a 4, deal 7,000 damage. Going to try to target the Lena right now. Perhaps Joe's contemplating, I don't know if he has enough in there to fire off the Lena effect. Maybe it'd be very close if he does. If there was like a Leviathan in there that we could revive, then yeah, we definitely want to try to stop that. Although if Joe has enough, then he can just do it in response. Which surely he would. No, I guess he doesn't. Okay. So the Lena dies to the Idolus. Now Braun is going to go search out. Now, we could just get another Lena if we wanted to. Yeah? Are we just going to jam it onto the field? Or are we going to save it in hand? I don't know if we're under the pressure that we have to jam it onto the field, but we have 4 backups to our opponent's 1. Knights would need a very big play here to pop off. I'm assuming we don't have a Warrior of Light special in hand either, because I feel like we would have used that to protect Lena if that's the case. No longer any crystals. Could have used the Braun effect to bounce something back to Irvine's hand, but clearly we don't really desire that too much with 2 strong entry abilities like those 2 cards. Yeah, we just replayed the Lena. Are we going to see Big Leviathan? I think we are. Yeah, looks like we're doing it. So we're going to summon Leviathan, Lord of the World, which means I think this game is about to end very, very quickly, unless Irving can respond with a huge Ramza Knight play. I don't know about getting rid of that Idolus. Like, I mean, in a way, I guess. So you did put Joe to nothing in hand, right? Now he did have to pay the extra cards in hand to go in on the Lena. Are we just going to shrink 1? So we'll bounce the back up, and we will get rid of the last well. We'll leave the Gawain alone. Yeah, I don't know. Now you have no backups, whereas you could have kept the Idolus at least. Granted, maybe he could make you bounce it again, but I don't know. I mean, yeah, you put your opponent on nothing in hand, but he was still able to do the big power play he wanted to. So we need Ramza Corella right now. Looks like we might be going in on that. There's Ramza. We know our opponent has nothing in hand. Here comes Corella. He's like, well, you think you can reveal 5? Let me show you what I got. Oh, God. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, it almost whiffed. Oh, Irvine, it whiffed so bad, Irvine nearly threw it off the table. Oh, boy. So we did get a target. We got Charlotte, which isn't a bad target to have because you can soak up any shots. Man, he would have loved a Laswell there, or heck, even a Steiner. Beatrix, something. So we do have the Ramza trigger online, and we're saying we can kill something. So Leviathan, I imagine, isn't going to be long for this world. Lena isn't doing anything at this point. Leviathan can't be protected by an ultimate shield. Glaciella could be, but she also has no crystals to fire off her ability. Ramza and Corella are also just huge, huge bodies, so only these 9Ks can really threaten to go in. You can't just swing it. I mean, if you swing in with anything but the 9Ks, Ramza can just infinitely block thanks to Corella's Minwu-like effect, which says they don't receive any damage less than their power. Question is, did Joe draw anything usable? Up, is he about to reach his limit? I think this man's reached his limit. Oh yeah, you bet he has. So here comes Titus. Now let's see. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah. So even if you kill something in response, the Titus is still it's still gonna go off. Like you can't prevent that. Granted, there's no backup to send packing. So what this Titus is gonna do is send Charlotte to the bottom of the deck and then also draw 2 cards. I think you pretty much have to Ramza in response to this. Yeah, which Irving's going to do. I'm assuming you get rid of Leviathan because you just can't let that card potentially generate value. No, he goes for the Glaciella. Okay, maybe he's not worried about the Leviathan. That card kind of scares me personally. Oh, but he takes a point of damage. That's a bonus burst. Waka stumbling off the top there going, hey, old brother. How about an extra card in hand? So he's going to reveal 3 for Waka, get a card to hand. Or is it reveal or is it look at 3? Maybe you just look at 3. Oh man. I mean, it already wasn't looking amazing for Irving, but that definitely didn't help. Because we're just gonna have 2 cards in hand. Like the most we could get is a single knight on the field if we happen to draw 2 cost and the right colors for it. Here comes Big Warrior of Light. There's Steiner. Shantoto maybe could have been no, because our opponent has too many cards in hand. Could have played the Shantoto. We could limit. I mean, we can like limit break for a Leo. That's just 1 card. It's not a knight. Really need knights that we can use for Ramza's package. Granted, our opponent is on 4 damage. Maybe if we can pull out Surgis and Dole. You can only dull 1 thing though. It's still he has a big 9k blocker. I just don't think that's going to be enough. Here comes Leviathan as well. Any burst for our help on for Irvine? Nope. There's Idolus. That's not going to do it. Looks like we're going to play Astrologian. Astrologian, we shall summon our divine nature. To me, my cards, divine the fortune, for with this game shall commence. Oh man, Irvin, I don't know what he could even draw here. Like he can, if he drew a last swell, whatever he drew, he didn't value it, so he just went ahead and dulled Titus. Wait, is this lethal? Oh no, and he hits a bonus burst Ash. Oh my god, poor Irvine, and he hits another one. Joe, stop it! He's already dead. I thought, oh my god, he actually had the line there. Joe swung in with too many things, and all he had to do was dull with Surgis and go for the game. And Ash, the queen, just came down and said, "No, I don't think so." Oh, Irvine, you could feel the frustration through the camera, man. He was ready. He was like, "Oh, I could do this. I could do this." And Ash said, "No, sit down, peasant. The queen has arrived." All right, well, it's got to be over now. The only thing standing between Irvine and death is a Surgis, and I don't think Surgis is along for this world. Is that a Viking? Oh, man, even the Viking just coming down, just being like, hey, I'll show up here now, draw a card. Do we have lethal this turn? Technically, we only have 3 attackers, so it's not quite lethal, but oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. We played a Mog too. Mog's going to draw us a card. Have we reached our own limit? The Ash, and it's good. If Joe hadn't played out that, what was it, the Astrologian last turn, he wouldn't have been on 5. Now, granted, he could still shrink Gawain, but yeah, 4 backups wouldn't have been enough to kill Ramza or Corella. Hits Gawain. Joe also thinking, okay, I better make sure I don't run into another surprise lethal here. Hits Glaciella. Oh, we're running Glaciella in our Knights deck. Very interesting. We still have 3 blockers. Is he going to try to go to lethal? He 4 for this last point of damage Irving can take. Yeah, those 2 just came out. No help on our own burst. Surgis is going to take the effect from Titus. And we have 2 blockers, so another Surges cannot just win. And Joe says he hits his limit again, puts out Leo, says, no, I will not lose to a top deck Surges. There's literally nothing Irving can get here, and that's it. Oh, man, oh, man. He had a moment. He had a moment, and just that double ash just came. I mean, really, it was only 1 ash was needed, but the double was just like salt in the wounds, wasn't it? It's like, yeah, just in case you thought you had a chance. Nah, I don't think so. Holy moly. Well, unfortunately, we only really got to see the Knights do their thing once with the single Rams into Corella, and unfortunately, it only hit a single target in Charlotte, which was pretty easily cleaned up. So not a good day for Knights, at least on stream. Maybe some other folks have had more luck that we haven't been able to see, but Joe making that. I guess this was essentially like a mono water 7-color wall list, right? And Irving had the early Sid Randall. Like I actually found a lot of his tech choices very interesting. The Shantoto as well as the Idolus. I actually really like Idolus reviving Gawain. That's pretty neat. He had some cool tech choices. You had the early Sid Randall, but man, just Joe had it out after out after out. Yeah, yeah, that's true. Because of the astrologian, he was able to look at what he had. So he very likely just slapped that ash right on top of the deck, and maybe that's why he felt so confident about it too. It's just like, whatever. If he attacks, ash is gonna hit it. No big deal. And that will be it for round 7. So at this point, we're just going to wait and find out who made our top 16 cut for tomorrow. Try to get a start time for tomorrow. Normally, the Haven does not open until, I think they said noon on Sundays, but they might try to open a little earlier, specifically for this tournament. Try to accommodate people's flights as well. So we will see. I'm assuming the rest are wrong. Wrong 7. Oh yeah. So I was actually given a deck list earlier that said Jesus Diaz, which is why that was on there, but it looks like we had the wrong Diaz, and it's obviously Irving Diaz. He does have Amaterasu in his list. Yeah, I'm looking over his deck list now. So stick with us for just a little longer. We'll find out what the top 16 is tomorrow, who's going to be in it, as well as what time it's going to start. I appreciate all of you for watching and joining us. Thank you so much. It's been fun hanging out with you in chat. Give us just a little bit, and we will get this day wrapped up and see what tomorrow brings for more Final Fantasy trading card game.
there is our top 16. We've got it typed up here. Thank you so much, Rudrose. You got it all typed up. And then we've also got a little slideshow. I don't know how very legible that is, but I tried to get it up there so we could see things other than the top 16 without having to type out all of the names.
Yeah, it's appreciated. I got as most of them that I could. There was a few like last names and such I missed, but oh, seventh was Daniel. Okay, I said something Joe. I didn't know who seventh was.
Yeah,
6 is Brandon Sharp. Okay.
Yeah, Brandon Sharp.
So I'll read it off for everyone now that I can see it. So number 1 is Muhammad Ahmad. Number 2 is Ryan Chen. Number 3 is Chocobo Joe. Number 4 is Sydney. I'm not sure I pronounced his last name. Number 5 is Hunter Nance. Number 6 is Brandon Sharp. 7 is Daniel Goulias. 8 is Kevin. I think that's right. Or is it Kevin Prespa? I think it's
Kevin Crespo.
Crespo. Number 9 is John Schreiner. Number 10 is Abraham. I can't see his last name.
Abraham
Norsey. Okay. 11 is Jason. 12 is Irving Diaz. 13 Mike Powell. 14 Jonathan Sirota. 15 Sam Toole. And number 16 is Robert Wu.
Yeah,
and unfortunately on the bubble, on the bubble was Andy Carmona, Purple Baron, missing out by just one.
Yeah, he was so close. So close.
It looks like so we had almost all the 5-2s get in except for 3. The 3 5-2s who missed were William Lowe. I think his name's Cole. What's number 18?
Number 18 is Cole Coughlin.
Cole Hofflin, and then Andy is 17. Yep, and all the 5-2s got in, and then the 4, I think it was 4 6-1s got in, and oh, it looks like we didn't have an undefeated. Looks like Muhammad lost too.
We had 4 6-1s, 5 6-1s. The rest are 5-2s.
We have that full list. Well, that's going to do it for today. Do you know what time we're starting tomorrow?
We are going to have a discussion with the top 16 to decide our exact start time. We are hoping to start around 10 a.m. again with the event, hopefully without any delays from software or anything like that. So we're hoping to shoot for about 10 a.m. start. We are going to be updating everything via various Facebook posts and in our Discord. So if you are not following us on socials, definitely do so. Facebook and Instagram, The Haven Games, and then our Discord, which you can find via our website, thehaventabletop.com, and you'll get an invite link on the Contact Us page.
Very nice.
I just dropped the link in the chat if anybody needs it. Deck list posting later. I believe we will be dropping the deck list after top 16 is done, just to keep their deck list secret until we're done with everything. So. But yes, deck list will eventually be posted. And side events tomorrow will start at 11 o'clock. We're going to have on-demand drafts. We've got re-release events, so we've got some leftover pre-release kits. So we're going to do just a redo of a pre-release event. We're going to have some constructed events. I believe we're running a title event as well.
Nice.
We had quite a few people come up and ask about it because we've run them in previous years. So, yep. The pricing for those provided by Square Enix is actually really cool. We've got a bunch of different playmats, sleeves, some promos, all that kind of stuff. So yeah, there's a lot of fun to be had, even if you didn't make top 16 today. But yeah, I think that is everything. So we will see you guys again tomorrow at around 10 a.m. Just subscribe, hit the little bell so you get the notification for our live. And we will see you guys tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.